recording.
Oh
All
my
right.
god, there's a lot of hidden messages in there.
Eli did a bunch of rolls, and then we found that we couldn't delete them, so I just hid them instead. If you know how to delete messages, could
I
you tell
don't.
me? Okay.
I don't. When I was testing this, all I did was hide messages.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Well, yeah, in that case, don't worry about it. He did a bunch of secret rolls. We couldn't delete them, so we hid them.
You know what he did? You know what? I'm just gonna say he just wrote down a whole bunch of racial slurs.
Yes, that's
No.
definitely what it is.
No, he didn't.
I'm gonna say it. Doesn't mean it's right or accurate or correct or not a massive glaring lie.
It
like
is
me
a...
being Charles Boyle.
No,
We
we're
voted on
not
that,
starting on that
unfortunately.
again. We're starting the session. And no mentions of Jake Peralta or Charles Boyle, okay? Those are banned. Just for
What about
this
Mike
session.
Walter or
I like
Jake
Terry.
Boyle?
Those are also banned.
I like Terry.
Okay,
What Terry?
that is not strictly banned, but it is a distraction. So, guys, you said you wanted to start before 1. It is 2 minutes until 1, so do you want to actually get started or not?
I do.
Okay.
No, no, you do not, Robbie. Do not incentivize me.
Alright. With that being said, or not being said, I will start... Do you want the session to start or not?
Yes, I do want
Yes.
this to start,
Yeah.
Alex. Please do.
Yeah.
Okay, in that case, shut up! Anyway,
Okay.
so, you will wake up in the morning to the sound of a bunch of royal guards rushing into the rooms where you are sleeping, and also some people are on the guard keeping an eye out for the king. They will start to talk about how the Windlaced household had been attacked. What do you all do?
I just wake up. What happened?
The Winlace family. What happened?
Oh.
We need to speak to the captain of the Virgil Dove Brigade at once. Is she here?
There she is. She's probably asleep. Yo,
Is
come.
she there?
Yes.
Is she there?
Yes, she would
Okay.
be there.
Okay, I wasn't sure if she would have gone off to do something else yet.
No, this is first thing in the morning. At
Okay.
the,
In that
crack
case,
of
yeah, she
dawn.
probably just-
Oh. Well, enter at your own risk.
Fuck it. Fuck it. I can take injuries. So she's gonna walk in, just get out his lightning sword, and just cause it to basically do like a shot of thunder. Get up.
Yeah, what the fucking time?
The time is get up. Shit's happened.
And she
I
just
will
reaches under her bed and pulls out a fully brewed cup of coffee and starts drinking.
Get the hell up.
That's okay. The speech is okay. What's going on?
Good question.
A very good question.
Okay, she's up.
Huh?
Excellent.
There's someone there?
Alright. We need to speak to her at once. We believe this may be an issue of national security.
Interesting. Okay, Senshin, you keep the others calm. This is probably nothing. This probably won't be anything to concern you guys, unless of course you did something to fuck over the nobles recently.
I think the others will be fine enough. As long as David, make sure Taishra doesn't freak out.
Yep, don't worry, I'm on it, boss. And alright, it's
Okay,
nothing
well,
to
I'll
worry
talk-
about.
Well, I'll talk to these guys and if it's important to you guys, I'll let you know. If not, well, you won't need to know.
Yeah.
All right. What's happening? And she'll go over to talk to I assume, police officers.
Yes. Well, you see, the Windlaced household, there was a null that was sent there who wrote a message in what appears to be blood that it just states, fulfill your deal or you're next. We've taken this null into custody. He appears to just be standing in place, not resisting arrest or anything. It seems like he was just frozen at the spot. But it's pretty clear that someone has it out for this family. It could be a serious threat to national security if they end up being, well, threatened like this.
The Windless family. Remind me what it is that they do again.
They're merchants.
Yeah, like, what do they sell?
The parents, for the most part, sell various produce from various farms. Typically, they get exotic fruits and they sell them in the main market.
See,
They also sell livestock.
Do we have any leads to go on apart from this knoll?
Not specifically. The family isn't willing to talk to us regular police folk. Said that they'd only listen to a member of the brigade or the royals.
All right. I have to convene with with the rest of my squad members, but then I'll be heading over to the Windless family palace.
That shouldn't be necessary. The Null is going to be escorted to the prison now, and by the time that you finished convening with your squad, the Windlace family should be in the castle. The prince himself has stated that he will look after them until this threat is resolved.
I would much rather have talked to them on their own, within their own household.
Unfortunately, that will not be possible. Us police folk, well, we doubt that we're going to be strong enough to face whatever threat there is. We'd rather ensure that they're within castle walls.
Seems like Levi finally can't do something. All right. I'll convene with the rest of my squad, and then I'll start with interrogations.
Thank you, Captain.
Very good.
And
she's gonna
they will leave.
She's gonna head back to Ascension and the rest of them. How much of that did you hear?
Most of it.
Yeah, most.
Probably said she was the only one able to spy on it, so.
Oh, yeah, fair.
It's not like they were
Mostly.
being particularly quiet. It's just that they wanted to speak to Kana. So you absolutely, if you were in the same room, you would have heard them. They weren't whispering or anything.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, we would have. Said she definitely was paying attention to every word.
Fair enough. Seems like, yeah, so the Windlace family's been sent a knoll. I don't suppose you guys would know anything about that.
I have full idea.
She just iced them.
I can explain this probably pretty well. Because I don't think I showed you. Because you remember that thing I showed you yesterday? It just fills out the copy of the contract he made up. His signature do you think's down the bottom?
And Kana's gonna look at the contract.
It will read Takada Windlace,
Takada.
which you would recognize
What's
as the elder son of the family.
Yeah, what was the actual contents of it again? It was like 30
Delivery
nulls.
of 30 nulls to him from the Duragar. It is written in Undercommon, but Senshin wrote it up in Undercommon and then translated it to Common.
Got it. So, this is pretty damning evidence of them owning nulls, but that's not really enough to go off.
Fulfill your end of the deal or you're next.
Yeah, so that means that someone's now. It means that. Wait. Why would they not have been able to fulfill their end of the deal?
Yesterday I saw them getting attacked, or rather, the run of those gnolls getting. I would say the general term would be attacked, but I would say liberated by a bunch of ferrets from a forest. I'm genuinely not kidding. My guess is that that's the deal they're on about.
Would Kana know anything about the ferrets?
She wouldn't know very much, but if she has been wandering around coffee shops, she probably has seen a couple of small bounty posters for the Red Forest Gang. But not much is included, just that there's a bunch of druids and they reside in the Red Forest and appear to be involved in small-time banditry.
Would this happen to be the Red Forest you're talking about?
Yep.
Perhaps that could be that might have been the Red Forest gang that you saw.
That would definitely make sense.
All I know about them is that they're a group of druids.
Also, going this bag and pulling out, this book right here is something we got from Taishiro's old master. And the name that I saw chased through this most of the time is Windlace.
Takada Windlace specifically.
Specifically Takada Windlace.
Seems that Taishiro's old master used to have a a fair amount of trade with the Windlace family. Unsurprising since they're merchants.
Yeah, but except the trade is slaves.
Yes. Does the can I like look through the book to see what it specifically says is being traded?
Yeah, so Tenchi just hands it over.
So you will see from the parents of the Windlace family, all of the deals will be specifically fruit and vegetables and bacon trees and stuff like that. That is the stuff that is being traded by the parents. Whereas Takada's stuff is specifically livestock, or so he calls it, of the type nulls.
Does it say like livestock, beast of burden, and stuff like that?
Yes.
This is good. This is good information that you've gathered, Senshin. Unfortunately, with the way that it's worded, it's still quite not enough.
It's evident. It's the evidence I've got.
Look here, Senshin. Do you see the words they use to describe
Beast
the
of yes, except the names on here include that of Taishiro and other sentient gnolls. They become sentient with time, especially under extreme conditions.
Yes, well, they can't. Yes, I can imagine that the Windlace family could easily. They could probably just use the defense that they didn't know about that.
Bullshit, they don't.
Yeah, who do you think that the kings are going to believe? Look, something's going on. I imagine that
It has to do with the Juragar.
The Juragar.
Almost certainly.
Wait, did you guys tell Kana about what happened?
No, Kana was asleep.
Yeah, I kind of was
Okay.
asleep.
She was knocked
So
out.
she wouldn't know. So she wouldn't know about the Juragar.
No, she wouldn't.
The Juragar?
The bastards that came and attacked my hometown.
What are they? The hell are they doing here?
They were the ones. They're the ones who were giving out the gnolls. There's fires by the docks. Them. They're causing them to fake the deaths of gnolls and then sell them back. Or they were, rather.
I thought that must have been whatever this underground group was. Unless these are the underground group that's being talked about.
What do you mean the underground group?
I have reason to suspect that there's an underground terrorist organization that's causing a lot of the incidents in the city.
Yeah, it most likely was the Juragar. Actually, I heard them say overtly that yesterday.
That's interesting. And she's going to look over suspiciously at David and Taishiro.
Yeah.
I did this on my own volition. They weren't involved.
Yeah, we were just stumbling around. I was looking for the Rune of Hell or the Rune of Heaven. And I saw those bastards walking down. Well, towards the door, I mean.
Regardless of what's happened. Wait. Don't tell me you guys did something reckless.
What, Kana? Right, Kana. I'll tell you the simplest parts of this first. You got something more important. You got something decently important for you to deal with your own shop, so I won't interrupt it yet. But I might need your help. I'll almost certainly need your help with something later. Okay? Just for now, I'll explain the situation as it is. Last night, while you were asleep, I stuck out with a couple of the others, and we went to go get some of the captured gnolls out from the Juragar. It ended up going rather poorly, and ended up leading to an all-out fight. All the Juragar in that underground base are dead now.
So you stopped a trade. That's what you're saying.
I stopped a trade, but I didn't go down there with that intent.
Essentially?
I heard earlier one of them mentioning they had hostages.
And Kana's just gonna place her arm on Senshin's shoulder. I understand.
Kana,
This is going to be very important information for my investigation, so I thank you for being honest with it.
Kana, the hostages are my family.
See. Listen. As soon as I'm done interrogating the Windlace family, The squad will be will help you in any way we can.
Yeah. Also, we've figured out the truth behind the attack on Anston.
Hmm?
And so just he'll turn back to the other two.
Yeah.
The attack on and basically signaling to David to get Taishiro out of there.
Yep, it's all good, Taishiro. Come on.
What's happening?
Just
Go meet with the others. I gotta tell Carson, team leader to team leader.
Oh, okay.
yeah, it's all good.
Is something happening, David?
Oh, nothing too serious, Taishiro. They're just discussing different brands of coffee, you see.
I didn't think Ascension drank coffee.
Well, let me tell you a tale. I mean, he could definitely drink some very hot coffees. Then again, I could make an ice brew. And David's just going to walk off.
Mm-hmm. The attack on Anston was using the capture of Taishiro and the other gnolls, and the reclamation of that book from Taishiro's former master as a false attack. The Juriga were paid off by someone else.
Someone else. Do you know who?
They were paid to attack the thing, destroy it, kidnap or kill my family and its warriors, and take as many of the blades as they could.
Do you have any idea of who paid them?
A member of the Yami no Itami Ryu clan.
Really know.
Which you would recognize as being Raijin's surname.
Yeah, I know.
And also a group of incredibly wealthy merchants that are quite well known around the world.
This thing keeps getting thicker and thicker.
They attacked a village that's mostly made up of with the intent of destroying out the warriors. After that, the city started to fall. After that, the kingdom started having more and more issues. We're the best warriors we compare to the Virgil Brigade as an entire thing. Hell, there's different divisions of us around the world that are at the same level as you.
From what I understand, some of the Jigoku Umare are within the Virgil Dog Brigade. Not my squad, obviously, but
yeah, but that's just the thing. They took out the main family was taken out, and then the kingdom was getting attacked from multiple sides as well through side forces. I don't know what the hell's going on, but it feels like something big's coming up, and I don't think I think it extends to most of the alliance as well.
Look, I have a lot of information that I have to sift through if we're going to get to the bottom of this.
Yeah, I'll provide any aid that I can. I'll say that I can provide any aid I can. I got a decent bit of power as the technically most powerful son, but if you need me to do anything to help you out now, I'll do it. Just so long as it means you can help me out with everything I need.
Listen, for right now, I'm going to focus my attention on the problems within this city. It's the most immediate, and frankly, it seems like the only one that any of us can actually deal with. When it comes to your family, I will help you in any way I can. But first,
yeah, deal with this first. I know enough about that, but right now you need to focus on this.
Yeah, I'm glad that you understand, Senshin. And listen, you didn't do a bad thing. I know that whatever happens, you had good intentions. Just so long as you know that good intentions alone aren't enough to help people.
What's the point in just standing by and doing what's legal if it just means more people suffer?
Because sometimes I'm not sure if I can answer that for you. Perhaps sometimes it just takes perhaps sometimes it takes the straight and narrow to be able to actually help the people, be able to actually help people. Because doing something outside of the law, well, it's a lot less stable. You can be a lot less sure of what the consequences will be. At least within the law, we know who's going to be hurting, even if it's not the people we want. I'm sure this doesn't make any sense to you, Senshin, but it will someday. For now, all I'm trying to do is make sure that this kingdom as a whole doesn't fall to ruin.
Yeah.
And for now, all that you and your group should do is focus on training, relaxation, whatever you need to do to keep your minds off of things.
I'll go train. I have the feeling, I don't know, something about this whole situation. Something about the whole situation is not giving me a good feeling. But it's in a different way. It's like a feeling I've had before, but I never experienced. I don't know how else to say it.
Welcome to the world of politics.
Yeah.
But no, I get what you mean. Just whatever.
I'll take the others out. I'll take the others outside the castle. We'll probably have some sort of training or discussion.
Do whatever you can to keep yourself with a level head. With all this confusion, the last thing we want is for us to not be able to act rationally.
Yeah.
I should talk to the Windless family now.
Yeah, you go ahead. I'll go check with your squad for a bit if you want. Might not be a bad idea to at least touch base with them on what you think I'm good to share everything I gave to you with them?
Go right ahead. Ryoko is the second in command for when I'm not around. So, any questions you have, I trust her to be able to answer.
Got it. Well, I'll cover the information with her and see her opinion as well. It's always good to have more minds on the same thing. Plus, it means that your squad will be up to speed while you're doing something else.
Very well. See you later, Senshin. And
Same to you, Connor.
And Connor's just going to go to the guards.
All right.
Start trying to talk to the Windless family.
All right. So you're going to the Windlace family. All right. So you will see that there is a girl in her early teens who is sitting in the corner and looks like she's in the middle of her studies. The parents are standing by some of the guards and just talking to them and looking worried. And Takada is just sitting off in another corner, and it looks like he's going over some ledgers of his. Who do you want to approach?
So there was a girl that was doing her studies. There's Takada looking over ledgers, and who was the third one?
The third one was both of the parents who are talking to the guards and just asking about what's going on, if they know anything about the attack, all of that stuff.
Right. Actually, first I'm going to go up to one of the guards and ask if they have the letter.
The letter, it was written on the wall in blood.
I see.
It was graffitied on the wall outside their house. It wasn't a letter.
Oh, my mistake. The previous guy said it was a letter. Regardless, I should take a look at that at some point. For now, though, do I recognize who the girl is?
The girl, you've probably seen her once or twice, but maybe when she was about 5. She's probably about 13 now. Her name is Rizuri.
I'm going... Rizuri, okay. If that's the case, I'll talk to the parents first.
Okay. Alright. Oh. You're from the Virgil Love Brigade, right?
Yes.
Do you have any idea why we've been attacked or threatened in this way?
Well, that's actually what I'm here to try and ask you. Do you have any possible reason why your family would be targeted in this way?
Well, certainly not with our own dealings, because of the fact that I know for a fact that we haven't backed out of any deals in the entire history of our family. It really confuses me because we've delivered everything exactly as ordered. I just wish whoever was unsatisfied would have come up to us personally and attempted to resolve the issue. It just seems such a barbaric way to deal with things.
I'm actually going to keep my eye on Takada during all that
Mm.
to try and see if anything that she's uh, to try and see if he reacts to anything that the mother's saying. I assume that this is the mother.
Yeah, this is the mother. So he'll look over and notice that you're there, and will then just shrug and go back to his bookkeeping. It looks like he can hear what's going on, but he isn't really paying attention.
Okay. So no, so you don't have any clue as to who this might be.
No. I wish I did, then it would be easier to give you some leads, but unfortunately I have no idea.
Well, thank you for your time. Do you mind if I ask some of your children if they have any
Of course,
inclination?
Takada makes some deals in livestock of his own. Rizuri is only 13 though, so she's a little young. She's never been involved in a business deal in her life, so I doubt she'd be of much help.
Very
But-
well.
Well, if you want to
Yeah.
ask her, then I won't object. Anything that can help you out.
Akana's gonna head over to Takada.
Okay. He will look up from his bookkeeping and stick it away.
Takada Windlace, correct?
That is correct, yeah?
Alright. Your family has been I'm sure you're aware that your family has been recently sent quite a dire message. Do you have any possible idea who it could be that sent the message?
I have a couple of suspicions, but I can't narrow it down to a specific person. I think it may be someone from the docks.
The docks. What makes you suggest that?
Well, I had a livestock shipment that I was going to be delivering to them, and they were supposed to deliver it to another ship, and they were meant to take it overseas. So it could be either the owner of the docks or whoever they were selling it to. Unfortunately, I don't know exactly who it is. The shipment got
unable to
attacked by
complete-
bandits, and I wasn't able to acquire it.
Why would the people of the docks not just contact your family directly to work to resolve the issue?
I don't know. But I recognize that Null from... I recognize that he worked on the docks. That's why... That's my assumption.
When you say that you were planning on shipping livestock, what exactly was this shipment of? Cows? Bison?
Largely Nulls.
No.
There were a few that were meant to be beasts of burden. None sentient, of course. I double-checked that.
You have a method by which you can determine the sentience of a null?
Typically, sentient Nulls are able to... Well, if given a simple task, such as walk that way, the sentient ones will generally either question it or refuse. The non-sentient ones will simply go ahead with it. It's typically quite easy and doesn't harm them in any way.
Interesting. I'm gonna try something.
Mm.
Kana's going to start saying. There's also been a. It seems that there's also been several cases of large amounts of property being stolen from. Oh, hello.
Yes?
Huh?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
So
I
it's
was
been
just
quite
waiting for you to
listened
finish.
Yeah.
Sorry,
We're being
my Discord wasn't showing the flashing light, so I thought that my voice wasn't coming through.
Yes, it
Oh.
was.
That's
Okay.
fair.
Yeah.
Yeah. It seems like there's been some cases of property being stolen from nobles around the area of your household.
Typically, it's
Perhaps
been the forest gang. It's typically shipments that go through that one road. They tend to get stolen quite a lot, especially livestock. It's caused a lot of problems for me as of late.
Would this happen to be the Red Forest gang that you're referring to?
Well, there's certainly bandits operating out of the Red Forest, so unless there's multiple gangs operating out of there, I'd have to say yes.
What about the cases of property being stolen
Sorry?
What are the cases of property being stolen from the houses directly?
Luckily, our household hasn't had any cases like that, at least not as far as we're aware. I can't speak for my neighbors. I've been fairly busy trying to plot routes to deliver livestock that doesn't involve going near the Red Forest. It's been quite tedious. I haven't really had a chance to talk to my neighbors that much lately.
So what do you know of the people that work down at the docks?
Mm. I know that they have a bunch of non-sentient null beasts of burden, as well as a whole bunch of laborers that work there day and night. I'm aware that most of them typically just assist with getting ships into the dock and helping them load and unload. They typically help a lot of trade groups. They generally get paid some small tips for loading and unloading the ships, and generally they take it home in addition to their regular pay.
Something's not quite adding up.
Hmm?
Oh, don't mind me. Just trying to do my job here.
Oh, of course. Well, if there's anything else I can help you with, I'd be glad to.
I saw a couple of miscreants attempting to. I saw a couple of miscreants communicating with someone near your household.
Hmm?
It seems that they were. It seems that they were talking to a. It seemed that they were talking to a knoll
Oh, that...
just outside your house.
I see. My butler is not supposed to be going outside at that hour of the night.
Your butler?
Yes, I have a rather badly mannered butler who has a tendency to ignore all orders and decorum and tends to allow many people in that he should not. I swear, if he is the one that managed to throw off this deal, then, well, let's just say he won't be in a job for very long.
You have not fired a butler that doesn't follow your commands?
My parents were the ones who hired him. I don't have the authority to, much as I'd like to.
What's the name of this butler?
Rakifu.
Rakifu. And you say that this butler was a knoll?
That he is, yes.
I see. Thank you very much, Takedo Winlace. I believe that you have just given me some rather vital information. And she's going to just close a notebook.
I am glad the name of my butler helped you.
Well, it's not just that.
Alright.
More the rest of what you said.
Alright then.
You will find out. I'm sure you will have the situation resolved shortly.
Why, thank you.
And she's going to continue on her investigation.
Alright, cool.
Probably heading to the Windless house next to see the message.
Alright. So you head to the Winlace house, and you will see that it is absolutely crawling with local law enforcement. They are all over the place. The household is entirely cordoned off, and it looks like they're not really allowing any civilians in. If you want to get in, you're probably going to have to show your badge and name and rank.
Okay. I will do so. I assume they have my badge?
Yes, you would. So, yeah, the police captain there will simply state, "Oh, alright, of course. If this is a matter that concerns the Virgil Duff Brigade, you're more than welcome to have a look. I'll let you know that there aren't currently any people in the house. It's simply a lot of documents and such. We haven't confiscated anything yet. We're merely analyzing the contents of the place."
I'm going to try and look for the message.
Alright. The message is not at all hidden. You will see that on the alleyway, at the place where you were last night, in fact, The wall has been painted in either red paint or blood. It's difficult to tell. That it just says fulfill your deal or you're next in common.
Does it look like it was written like shakily or by an injured person? Or does it
No.
look like it was written?
It looks like it looks like someone did it with their non-dominant hand, and it looks like they used a paintbrush. So it doesn't look neat. It is readable, but it definitely isn't the best looking.
A null with the ability to write in common. Paintbrush.
You will note that the paint can and the paintbrush are still there. The paint can smells somewhat of iron.
They used.
And the
can I
paintbrush is
tell
still
if
there.
it's blood or not?
It smells
Try
like
to roll
blood.
to see if it. So they used blood for this. They're trying to scare the Windless family. Oh, you're. Wait, sorry. Did it say or you're next?
Yes, fulfill your deal or you're next.
You're next. What was the previous one? They're talking about the.
You cut out, Eli.
No, that was her going into thought.
Okay.
Excuse me, officer.
Yes? What is it?
I'm going to need a detailed description of any controversial incidents regarding regarding the family that owns the docks.
Alright, of course. I will get onto them right away. Off the top of my head, I can say that there have been several cases of them being fined for, well, keeping their dock workers, specifically the beasts of burden, out without a leash, and them, well, making a bit of a mess over the dock area. That has happened on more than one occasion. I could probably find more if I searched for it, though, so I will go back to the precinct and I will get those documents for you.
Very well. Do it.
I'm doing it. She left. She left. She's going to the police precinct now.
I kind of imagine she was just like still standing there and kind of was like, then what are you waiting for? Go.
Alright, so you've sent the police officer off to go get some documents. What would you like to do now?
I'm going to attempt to get up. First of all, I'm going to memorize the layout of the Windless house.
Alright, cool.
And then I'm going to go to that back alley where I saw Taishiro and David go down.
Alright, so it is 2 stories. You'll note that on the side with the back alley, that there are no windows on that side. So no one from upstairs could see down to see what is going on. You will note that the bottom floor appears to be primarily for entertaining, and it has a living room and a dining room near the front, and then closer to the back is the kitchen. And then upstairs is where they keep their bedrooms. And it looks like that's the family area of the house. So each member of the family has their own bedroom, and they will each have a little chest of drawers, which is specifically full of a lot of bits of paperwork. With the parents, it will be any of their invoices for specifically where they get their fruit and veg and where they sell it. With the Rizuri, the younger child, it's all of her studying documents. And with Takada, there's a lot of documents of him selling livestock. It looks like the majority of it is bison, but there are certainly quite a few deals with gnolls, and that would be the race that he sells second most. You probably could find something suspicious in there, but it would require a fair bit of sifting through, and it would take a while.
But
you do have the authority to confiscate it if you want to look at it.
Yeah. I think she will.
All right, she will confiscate it.
Yes.
All
And
right.
then she's going to confiscate it, and she won't read through it just yet, but she'll keep it on her.
All right. Cool. So you
And
have
then
the records of Takada's bookkeeping.
yes. And then she'll head out to the police again. And now I was informed by one of the Winless family that they have a butler under their employ, a null butler by the name of Dakifu.
Well, I haven't seen anyone of that description anywhere near here. Is he not with the family that he is serving? He was not.
He was. I figured he would be. Held for questioning by the local police.
Well, we would have held him for questioning, but he never seemed to be around the area. The only null that we saw was the one that we arrested, who, well, is already in jail.
I see. In that case, I would like to talk to them now.
All right. Well, they're in the jail near the castle.
And then she'll head over to the jail near the castle.
Oh, I almost forgot. Here's the documents on possible controversies from the dock owners.
That was quick.
Well, we have them on file. I just needed to get to the police precinct to get them. So I hope this helps. You will note that the majority of the offenses appear to be various fines of using a public place without a license and basically having their beasts of burden making a mess all over the public place. There have been a few cases where just various employees of the docks have ended up getting in the way of trade, and they've ended up with a few fines because of that. Basically, it looks like they get fined pretty regularly for minor stuff, and it looks like it's to such an extent that they probably just add it as part of their business expenses. But it doesn't look like there's anything major or that would typically get them arrested.
Okay, so what the hell does it mean by next? I gotta go back and ask. Maybe I should go back and ask Ascension and them at some point. They seem to have some more information on this.
All right. So you're in the prison now and looking to meet with this null?
Yes.
All right. You enter the room. The null will be staring straight ahead, not appearing to pay any attention to you. Or
Excuse me.
even be aware that you're there.
Can I check to see if they're like conscious or under some sort of spell?
They're definitely not unconscious. As for whether they are under some spell, either cast a detect magic spell or make an arcana check.
Okay, I'll probably make an arcana check.
Okay.
Because I don't think I have a counter spell.
Oh, no, not a counter spell, like a detection spell.
Oh, I don't
Like detect
think I have
magic.
one.
Ration has that.
I don't have
Alright,
that.
okay, do you have any proficiency in arcana?
I do not.
You can't quite tell. It's possible, but you don't really know enough about the kind of magic that would do this to them.
Brigade's working with. Brigade's working with Ascension and the others at the moment. Wait a second.
Where am I?
Excuse me. Oh, hello?
Hello?
Okay.
What am I doing
My
here?
My name is Kana Taida. You're being held for questioning under recent circumstances. Do you remember anything that has transpired in the past, let's say, day?
Well, I was working on the docks last night, and then I had dinner pretty late, and then I went to bed, and then I woke up here. This
What are you
cell
doing,
is
Liam?
nice and secure.
I'm on my phone. Don't worry about it.
It was
I
loud.
heard, I heard
Sorry.
weird noises of.
I'm rapid tapping.
Okay.
Oh, that's what the was.
It's the sound of my fingers hitting on a glass screen.
Yes, you're very safe in. You're very safe in here, though. You will be released back. Though, if you cooperate with us, you will be released back. Released back without too much worry.
Uh, and if I don't, do I get to? Do I get to stay?
Interesting. Tell me, what is your? Who is it that you work for?
I I work for the family down at the docks, the Rinsei family.
Rinsei.
Yes.
Can I make like a history check or something to see if I know who that is?
You just remember off the top of your head that the Rinsei family, they just they generally own a lot of the houses down by the docks area. Typically, they end up servicing a lot of the ships there, so their main source of income is either basically being paid for loading and unloading ships or from repairing ships. So that's generally what they get. They also get paid a fair bit by people who stay at the docks to basically rent the spot.
Hmm. Listen,
Mm.
this Rinsei family.
Mm.
You do you enjoy working for them?
No, I can't. I can't afford not to, though.
Hmm. Do you do you know of anything that this family may have done in the past? Anything bad?
Well, a lot of us down there, they tell us that we need to keep our mouths shut, that we can't speak in common, and that if we do, then we'll be hurt. Quite a few
Listen,
of the workers have disappeared over the years. We think they were sunk to the bottom of the ocean. We don't have any proof of that, but they just go missing, even when there's no sign of them trying to run away.
do you? What's your name, kid?
I was never given one.
Given,
You know,
given one.
people who have parents, their parents usually give them a name, but
Hmm.
I if I had parents, I never met them, and no one ever took care of me when I was a kid, so they never gave me a name. I
How
just
long have you been
woke up
working
one
for them?
day and I was working for them, and I I
I
couldn't
see.
leave, or some of the people I cared about would be hurt.
Listen, listen. You're in a safe place right now. We'll, I, I'm working with a, I'm working with a large amount of people to get all of this sorted. Once it, once it is, once it is, maybe we'll be able to find you a place outside. I believe there's a group that might be able to help you.
Thank you. I'm
She's
so
going
glad you're
to
not trying to send me back there.
listen. Listen to me. She's going to try and like lean into. It's like a cell, right?
Yeah, it's a cell. You can open the door if you want to. She is currently shackled down, so it's not as if there's any risk of her escaping. Not that it looks like she has any intention of trying that.
If I'm correct about if I'm correct about what I if I'm correct about what I'm thinking, then Kanna's going to lean in to actually Kanna's going to get out like I assume she'd have like a notepad or a piece of paper or something
Yes.
to write on,
Mm.
and she'll write down the name Rakifu
Mm.
before taking the piece of paper out and just listen. Stay in here until you stay in here until the rest of your friends come. Then once that happens, you'll be able to get out. When you do, look for a person with this name, and she'll hand the piece of paper over.
A few of my friends from the docks have talked about him. They said that he was a friend. I was always too scared to leave at night to go meet with him, though. But I've heard that
Well,
he's a good man.
once we're done with them, what do you know about him?
That he's trying to rescue a lot of us that are being mistreated. That he's trying to make sure that we stop being captured and traded around like livestock when we have minds to think and voices to speak. He wants to do whatever he can to let people go, and well, from what I've heard, he wants to do it peacefully because he's worried about people getting hurt.
You're aware of the. Then you are not aware. Are you aware that this man has been possibly responsible for several attacks on the city?
What? In what way? The firebombing attacks, I saw a bunch of them. They weren't gnolls behind them.
I see.
Rakifu's a gnoll. He he couldn't have been there.
Well,
They were short and their skin was pale. They looked like warriors. They had big axes on them and, well, various fire spells that they were casting all over the place. Looks like they were casting them through their swords. I hadn't seen something like that before.
casting them through their swords?
Yeah, it looks like the magic came from within their swords. Like their swords lit on fire and then shot the fire in a direction.
This is Tido or the Dubel. Thank you for your time.
I hear a lawnmower.
That's me. Sorry. Dad's doing stuff outside.
Yeah, fair.
Thank you for listening to me. You're one of the first people to actually listen to my voice and, well, treat me like I'm a person.
Let's just say I've got a friend in a similar situation. That was in one.
I'm sorry about anything I did that got me in here. I hope I didn't hurt anyone. I didn't, right?
Not from what I know.
Okay, that's good.
Listen, you're in here for your own protection, okay?
Okay,
You're safe as long as you stay in here.
gladly.
Now I have someone else to talk to.
Okay, thank you. I don't
She's
think I
gonna-
heard your name.
Kana.
Thank you, Kana.
We'll get you a name some point. I'm sure.
Thank you.
And Kana's gonna walk out.
Alright. Cool. So, was there someone else that you wanted to speak to, or should I switch over to the other party members?
There wasn't anyone specific. I mean,
Alright.
she'll eventually go to talk to Raijin, but not before, like...
Okay, well,
Like,
in that
yeah.
case, I'll just go back to the other party members. Okay,
Yeah.
so, Senshin, Raijin, Taishiro, and the remaining members of the Squad 48. You are all in around the King's quarters. Kana has left to go do some investigating. What do you want to do?
I'm gonna head to,
I mean-
I'm gonna head to the toilet real quick.
Sure.
So
So Tashiro's gonna pee on the floor. Okay.
No,
yeah,
Taishiro's gonna
Taishiro's
pee
off.
in the bucket.
Tashiro is off peeing somewhere, undisclosed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I overtly said I was bringing Rico and therefore the rest of the squad as well up to speed, so I'll likely start with that one.
Alright, cool.
All right. So Selkana's out. She told me I should bring you guys up to speed on the same information I told her.
All right. All right then. What is it that you wanted to tell us?
Well, there's a couple things. Okay, we'll lead off with the most pertinent information at the time. So, the Windlace house, specifically the Windlace household, has something to do with Taishiro. Rather, they're the ones who traded him to his former master's home.
It was a business deal, right?
Yes,
They mentioned
specifically
that?
to Takada.
Huh.
No, they did not. When back at his place, there was a book, like a log keep, like a logbook, right?
Mm.
Inside that, it listed Takada Windlace, and alongside it were the knolls that we found down there. Exact same descriptions, all of them distributed by Takada Windlace.
If that's the case, then we should have airtight evidence to be able to convict them. It's typically quite difficult to arrest nobles, but if we've got evidence like that...
I have some more as well.
Wow.
A contract here. I copied it yesterday and Rajan had translated out of Undercommon.
Undercommon. That's the language that the Duragar and Drow use, right?
Correct. So, this contract specifically states 30 gnolls coming in tomorrow. Or rather, that tomorrow being today.
Oh.
Training yesterday, I specifically saw a shipment of gnolls get being distributed by Duragar, or rather, being transported by Duragar, get attacked by and you're probably not going to believe this, a group of ferrets.
The Red Forest gang, right?
Yes.
They're a group of small-time bandits out of that forest. I've heard of them before.
They ended up taking all of the gnolls out of there. I'd also call it freeing them. At least a couple of the gnolls seem to be sentient, if not all of them. Yeah.
I wish I could say that surprised me about Takada, but... Well, I've had my suspicions on him for a while. I've just never been able to find enough evidence to be able to convict him of anything.
Well, I dug all this up yesterday, so, hey. To be fair, the book was around originally, but, More than that, the Duragar, he specifically was working with the Duragar to get these gnolls. I ended up following one of these Duragar bosses back, and as he was doing that, he mentioned that since he probably couldn't make that trade with the gnolls that he no longer had, he would just, and I quote, fake the death of some more of those dock guys and sell them back. What it seems like is that those attacks at the docks were committed by Duragar in an effort to sell back already sold merchandise. And that word sits in my mouth like a brick full of knives.
So the next question is, why would the Duragar be involved in these trades? Clearly they must have some reason for it. I mean, it may just be profit.
They were making money off it, large amounts. The contract even states it's a lot of platinum.
That would do it then. Well,
yeah,
I'm definitely more of a pencil pusher than anything else, but if I was be able to look through some of his invoices, I could probably find the evidence of these deals pretty quickly. And if that's the case, well, I could even get him arrested today if need be.
Okay, well...
I wouldn't exactly struggle with that. This is my area of expertise, after all.
That's useful. Now, this is where it divulges more than a little bit, a lot. I ended up last night taking my group down to where the Duragar base was. When I was following them, they mentioned specifically hostages from Anston.
That's where you came from, right?
Yeah, it is. When I ended up going down there, we didn't find any of the hostages. We just found gnolls. David worked to get them out. All of those gnolls got freed. And in the end, it devolved to violence. None of the Duragar survived, but I did interrogate one of them at the end.
All right, and what did you find?
Yeah. that the attack on Anston was paid for with the intent of destroying the main house of the Jigoku Umare and taking every last one of our legendary blades.
I see.
It was an intentional attack on us.
Do you know who was behind it?
Someone of the Yami no Itami Ryu clan.
Well, the only members. There's only 2 households of the Yami no Atami Ryu clan within our kingdoms. One of them you would be aware of is the one that Raijin is from. The other lives in, well, in the forests and the mountains in between the 2 kingdoms of the Horn.
I can't voice or understand any of that reason. All I can say is what I was directly told, but
all I'm saying is that the majority of them live outside of this area, which means that it's either an international attack or an act of sabotage against this alliance. Only one of them we strictly have jurisdiction over, but either way, we have to do something.
Well, Rico, think about this. Jigoku Umare are comparable to the Virgil Dove in terms of raw military power, are they not? If not surpassing them?
I'll be honest, the Virgil Dove Brigade are peacekeeping forces, so no, they don't have anywhere near the same level of military strength. Our job isn't military strength. Most of the forces are diplomats, rangers, and the like.
Yeah, actually, wait, you guys the few warriors then? Well, I guess that makes this a lot simpler. What happened around the same time the Jigoku Umare were attacked?
The kingdom began to fall into ruin because of an attack on Radvern Isle. We weren't able to get out from watching the king because we were constantly worried about an assassination attempt. But unfortunately, that meant we couldn't put our finger on the pulse of the rest of what was going on in the Asawaki Isles.
Which means that which could normally be left to the Jigoku Umare. But I'm the only member of the main family, and therefore the only one with authority to command our entire group, our entire clan to do anything.
This was organized. This was an organized and intentional act of terrorism.
Yeah.
Now all we need to do is find the source of it.
It's just the thing is I can't work out specifically why we'd be attacked.
I'm back.
Or what the purpose is.
Hi guys.
Sorry, Taisho is not good. We are talking about an act.
Yeah, Senshin and Ryoko are just talking about, oh yeah, this is actual terrorism, and this is terrifying. Hi!
Yeah, hi.
Do you know they have buckets?
Sorry, Taishiro is completely ignored here right now because this is more important than Taishiro.
This is more important than the fact that they have piss buckets.
I literally have no idea what's going on.
It's covering the same information as Kana, but it's taking a different route for Senshin's making a slightly different point of what he made originally.
Yeah.
It almost certainly qualifies as international terrorism.
If that's the case, then the war on the Horn is the least of our worries.
Yeah, I mean, hell, I could probably, if necessary, peace breaks down, the Jigoku Umare could always intervene. But the other thing is, they have hostages from Anston. I have confirmed they are actually my family. We know where they're being held to in the undergrounds.
Is it in the underground or the underdark where the Duergar and Drow reside?
So he'll just get at the map of where because the Duergar gave him an exact location through a map. So this is
the center of the Underdark.
They mentioned specifically the Spider Queen and that it was an ambush. And more than that, they told me that they have that same one told me they have the Flame Blade.
How'd you manage to get them to admit to it being an ambush? Typically, stuff like that is really difficult to get out of people.
I told him I'd give him a warrior's death.
Good to know. I'll definitely need to start taking some tips on interrogation from you. It sounds like it's something you're really good at. Certainly based on what Nessa's been saying all this time about the interrogations she's seen of yours.
Yeah. I'm not exactly a nice taskmaster when it comes to my interrogations. You know, the whole transforming into a terrifying monstrous form thing.
That
It's
would definitely
kind of-
aid a lot.
It's surprisingly useful, yeah.
Mm.
But the point here is, if they have Amaterasu's Flame Blade,
Mm.
that's fairly significant if they can even moderately reproduce its own talent.
Well, they're. I wonder. I wonder whether they would have kept it as a whole, or whether they would have attempted to split it up to use it among their own forces.
Well, he'll just pull out his the what's it called again, the guard.
Hilt.
Yeah, the Hilton guard. I have this part of it, so they just have the blade, and I doubt they could break the original. Those things are basically solid elemental energy. They could leech off it like a vampire.
Mm.
But I doubt they. But there's no way they could diminish the original thing. It's like taking away an elemental concept. You can't really break those down anymore.
Mm.
Hell, everyone who's made them, they're so solidly that element. It's the equivalent of that realm.
So, but could it be reformed? Because I definitely want to be prepared for that battle, just in case they'd somehow manage to harness any amount of power from that element. It would be useful to make sure we have countermeasures. This is going to be a difficult fight regardless, but we're going to need to make sure that we're as prepared as we can be.
Well, if I'm right, some of the things we used to do was align like neutral elemental. If you do like some things we do just for reproductions is we'd align neutral elemental blades next to the originals, and they would gain those abilities. And it would heavily depend on the mana of the original person, but theoretically, you could reproduce copies of the blades at a substantially less effective form. But well, the originals are the originals. That they are paralleled levels of force.
That being said, though, I doubt the average Duragar warrior would have the same strength as a member of your clan. I doubt they'd be able to yield the original effectively.
No. There's no way they could. So what they'll probably use, if they have them, they're likely using reproduction copies of the original.
So we'll need to come up with a counter for that.
Yeah. Well,
we could use Corey's shields, or David's quite good with remodeling stone, right?
I also know the abilities of the blade in and out.
All right. So that could probably assist us in covering our behinds just in case.
Yeah. But they mentioned the Spider Queen as well with that. That's what makes you the most concerned.
Well, there is one small bit of good news. Her flames are incredibly flammable, which means that her attempts at restraining us likely won't be all that effective if the Duragar are attacking and destroying the flames.
Yeah.
Flames are incredibly flammable, yes.
Destroying the webs.
Yeah. I heard that too. My brain immediately translated what you meant, so.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So at very least, that will mean that we're either going to be restrained or attacked with flames, but not both.
Yeah.
And if you know the techniques of that blade in and out, then it should be decently possible for us to ensure that we don't get locked down. That's going to be our biggest threat with them, is mobility.
Well, if I'm right, most people will be like chiefs of the Duragar. The Duragar could likely do the first and second forms if they could replicate any of them. So the first and second, one of those is Fire Pillar, the other one is Flame Wolf. Sorry, Flare Fox.
How does the Flare Fox one work? I think I've seen you use Fire Pillar before.
Flare Fox is basically charging. Well, if you've got the time, I can show you it outside.
All right. So
it's not that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So basically, against the dummy or Corey shields, he basically would rush forwards with that. His only Murray ignites, forming kind of like a aura of a wolf around him as he strikes. So like a fox striking, and as he goes in for the slash, it's like the giant jaws of the fox clamp down on the shield alongside it.
Corey will get knocked back a little bit, and we'll just go, That's an impressive attack. Typically, I don't get knocked back with my shield up like this. Well done.
Well, I mean, I'm emulating one of our greatest warriors. It's not exactly hard to say that it's going to be powerful.
Mm.
I mean, surely you've at least heard about Amaterasu, right?
Oh, of course I've heard of her. I just haven't had her strike my shield before.
Hey, Taishiro, I just mentioned a legend.
Oh.
Trying to summon Taishiro.
Does Taishiro know anything about Amaterasu?
Well, she is.
As it,
I
as
think
he had the
so.
free time to look at it. As he had the free time to look at it, because I've written down Amaterasu's tale.
The Tale of Amaterasu.
No, I legit have a couple of these written down.
He
in my thing.
legitimately has. I've read it, but Liam,
So do
you
I.
will remember it better than I will. So yeah.
Yes, because I have it written down.
All right,
Yeah, that's right. I
Taishiro,
read
history check. You're
stories.
basically just rolling for crits at this point.
Do I have history? I don't have history.
Really? With Taishiro, you lack history.
You
That's-
succeed. Okay,
Yeah, because
Senshin,
he was raised in a barn.
please regale us with the tale of Amaterasu.
I'll cut it down. The original is about 2,000 words.
Yes, please cut it down.
See, well, Amaterasu is decently legendary for who she was. The bandit fox spirit.
Bandit Fox Spirit?
Well, that's what they called her. For a while, for a long time, people genuinely thought she was some sort of flame spirit taking the form of a girl fox, like with ears like a fox and a tail like one too.
What did
Wielding
she
a
do?
katana, we still have to this day.
What did she do?
She was weird for it, actually. She'd steal, yeah, but typically half the money and food she steal would always end up in the hands of those that need it, like the poor or the injured and disabled.
Sounds kind of like another hero I think I've heard of before.
Yeah, she is just Robin Hood, but a fox girl.
Robin Hood, but fire.
Yeah, Robin Hood, but fire and also Fox Lady.
Sounds like a Genshin character.
Kind of does, yeah. She's also she did a huge amount of stuff in her life. Everything from fighting giant things to even slaying a dragon with her last breath. She was also the lover/wife of Takagi,
Haji?
the founder of my family.
So she was from outside the Jugoku Umaru originally.
Well, more so, she was one of its two founders.
Wow. So I should write all this down. And Tashiro's
can
going to
probably-
get out his diary and start writing it.
Yeah, that's kind of the abridged version.
I wonder if there's any books on her in the college.
There almost certainly are. Hell, she's ancient enough that she should still be around.
So that technique you just used is meant to be like an emulation of her?
Well, rather, it's a reproduction of her techniques.
Cool. Sorry, I'm eating at the moment, so I can't.
That's fair enough. Well, Robbie's also often eating, so.
No, he's
Yeah,
back.
I'm back.
He's back from eating, but yeah.
Just back.
Either way, those are likely the two they have. I doubt they could use anything past that. And there's no way in hell they could use Amaterasu's flaming dance.
How many fire forms are there?
Blank amounts. I haven't figured out how many I'm going to make up, so the answer is at least 2. Sorry, at least 3, but probably more.
Oh, it's always good not to settle on one, isn't it?
No, no, you don't understand. That's not canon. As in, the answer is there's more than that. I just haven't come up with them.
Yeah, that's more than fair.
Leaving it
So now I'll
ambiguous
say-
so that we don't know exactly how many there are. Flame breathing.
couple.
Third.
There's quite a few. I'm just not exactly, the user of most of them.
Wait, so you're not, so you don't specialize in the flames?
I don't specialize in anything, actually.
Well, you specialize in swordsmanship.
Yeah, I specialize in swords, Taishiro. Thanks for being specific. It's like saying you specialize. That's like saying you specialize in music. Or David
Actually,
specializes in rocks.
That's why I also specialize in swords.
Oh, I mean, technically, it's not a lie, is it?
Sword casting, to be specific. See? And Taishiro is just going to cast a little spell with his sword.
What's
Can
he
you remember
casting?
A little flare.
Oh, that's
Creates
very
harmless
nice.
sensory effect. He's just going to make like a little, like a firecracker pop.
Alright.
Oh. Oh, well, in that case, I can...
Party popper pop.
Yeah.
Into
Oh,
this.
so you want to do fire poppers? I can summon the sun, and Dave will take out the light.
Nessa and Corey will start clapping.
Guys,
And then Corey will
Guys.
see all of the fireballs and will immediately start yelling to everyone to get behind the shield and stick it
don't
up.
worry. Senshin immediately pulls out the ice thing and freezes the suns in midair. And then as he lands behind it, he just kicks David in the back of the head and lands behind him. David, what did I tell you about pulling out the suns as a fucking, midpoint thing?
Oh, I
Was
mean...
it literally never ever do it? Yes, it was literally never ever do it.
Did I ask that question? Or did I provide that answer?
David?
Hmm.
I'll take your root back off you until we go into combat if you just keep that up.
Fair enough. Alright, fine, give him back.
There you are. Stop summoning suns.
I mean,
We're
I
just
could...
gonna pick up the frozen suns and start chucking them into the ocean.
Oh. Oh well, that's how it goes.
You'll
Well, I could
notice
summon
that
Moon.
the frozen suns will start floating upwards from the ocean, up towards one of the actual suns in the sky. And you'll just see a little message in the stars appear, despite the fact that it's daytime, going, "Thanks for the little lights." And then it will
Oh.
disappear.
Oh, I guess I have a new branding deal, Frozen Suns. That's really good.
It looks like Akaza just stole your suns.
Did I get some, compensation?
No.
No.
just essentially, no, stop. Stop. Okay. So if I'm right, they wouldn't be
David,
able to
perception
use-
check.
Oh, okay. Here we go. What?
Holy
Alright.
shit.
Well,
Fuck.
they don't land on your head. You do actually manage to spot them. 30 sapphires appear and look like they're about to land on your head, but you manage to catch them.
30 sapphires is a lot.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a fuck ton of money.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. David appreciates you.
David, do you have a wallet?
I mean, I have a bag of rocks, so that can do.
We are not storing those in the bag of rocks.
Alright, fair enough. Well, I mean, I guess we can... Oh.
Do you want me to
License.
play the bank? Do you want me to be a bank?
Yeah, sure, I want to make an investment. A down payment.
Sure. I guess I'll just put... I think I was already playing Team Bank anyway, so I'll just add on 30 sapphires. That would actually, no, I was playing Team Bank anyway. Oh, Jesus, 3,000 gold?
Yep, it's 300 platinum and 3,000 gold. Gods apparently have no concept of money.
Also, they keep ripping these out of those, out of that douchebag elf, so...
Yeah. This means that this elf had his eye stolen 30 times.
No, it doesn't. It means that it means that Pinko steals it for the fucking lols.
Yeah. 30 times because only one of his eyes is a sapphire. The other one is just organic. Meaning that these sapphires mean that this this guy had his eye stolen 30 times.
Plot twist: the final boss of this entire campaign is the God of Beauty.
Yeah, the God of
Pissed off
Beauty
at
is
Calamity.
actually Calamity. Sorry, guys, he got real pissed at Pinko for stealing his eyes all the time.
As that Pinko's false. Also, also good fucking luck.
I'm
He
making a
was already-
joke.
He was already Calamity.
He was a part of Calamity.
I'm making a joke, guys. I'm not gonna go that memey.
Maybe. Anyway, yeah. So
I'm tempted,
there's-
but no.
now there's our explanation. Well, there's the explanation done. I think we've. I think that's basically all we have to cover.
At this point, Kana will arrive back and she will see this entire thing of David summoning a bunch of suns, Senshin freezing them, Senshin throwing them to the ocean, them floating up towards the actual sun, and then David asking for compensation and promptly having 30 sapphires dropped on his head.
Which proceeds to hand over to Senshin as Team Bank.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that is when you arrive back, Kana.
Do I even want to know what just happened?
Don't.
Oh,
The answer is no. I brought them up to speed. Also, so
Well,
not to mention to you.
My best guess is David decided to make friends with Akaza by making a bunch of suns, and Senshin was not happy about it. Then
I'm
he
not
asked
happy with
Akaza for payment, and he got a bunch of sapphires. I guess gods have no concept of money.
Yeah, they probably don't. By the way, I forgot to mention this to you, Kana. They have the flame blade down there.
I already know.
You do?
Yeah, the Duragar have been using some flame blade copies to be able to be attacking places like the port.
Shit,
others.
right. That's almost certainly
Apparently-
Forms 1. They'd almost certainly be using Form 1 then.
Apparently, they're using something that allows the flames to leap out of their swords to attack. That's not
That
something
also-
that either the Taido or the Dogal family can make. So, figured
That
it'd be-
sounds like that sounds like Form 2 as well. I basically just did that, didn't I?
I didn't see.
Jerry, I did hit you with it.
Who's Jerry? I'm Corey.
I know what I said. It was just wrong.
Alright. Yeah, well, there's the mark on my shield. You can do it again if you like.
No, no need.
I'd rather not expend more mana than I need to.
Fair enough.
Any.
Listen, I think that this. It looks like whatever happened. It looks like whatever you guys did has disrupted the trade route, and now the people that actually benefit from it are mad.
Actually, we didn't disrupt the trade route. It was disrupted before we came there. All we did was remove the Duragar from the equation.
What do you mean?
Well, it was disrupted. Well, remember how I mentioned the ferrets took all the people out? It's the same number that was on the contract, 30. So, by that logic, the trade was already interrupted before we did it.
You said that you rescued a bunch of gnolls from the Duragar.
Yes, we did, but that was not the 30. I saw them bringing in 30 yesterday. I told you this already, remember?
Yes, I remember. Likely what that means is that those extra Duragar those extra gnolls that the Duragar had would have been replacement.
Or backup or something. Either way,
Organizations like this tend to have back supplies of their products.
yeah, well,
It's the same with drug cartels.
do you think, look, sorry, Ness, I actually found that one up. Rico said we have more than enough information likely to make arrests already.
Provided I can have a
That's
look at
true.
his bookkeeping, I should be able to find enough evidence to convict him, especially with all of this other stuff that we found so far. Rather, Senshin's found, and I imagine you will have just found this morning.
Well, I've got this, and she'll take out the Takeda's bookkeeping.
Thank you, Kana. This is exactly what I need. Okay, if I
This
can
is
look through
Rico.
this today, I should be able to find enough evidence to be able to convict him.
Rico, what specific thing should I look for?
Hmm?
I could look over all these ones with Mugen gone. If I could get specific words, I can hunt them pretty quickly.
Uh, hmm. Well, have a look. I doubt that he has that many deals with Birmingwich Isle, so have a filter for just Birmingwich or Birmingwich Isle. That should be the main
Alrighty
thing
then.
that you should be looking for.
Yeah,
And
so he'll just...
Ascension, you also need to check to see if there's anything in there that could indicate that Takeda is aware of the null sentience.
I'll do my
Otherwise, he could
best.
still have that. Otherwise, he could still use that defense.
I'll do my best, but I somehow doubt that that'll be part of his specific monetary value. So I'll look through for anything on Birmingwich.
Alright. So the first one that you find, there's only 2 entries which have Birmingwich Isle mentioned. One of them is titled, Deal with the Mountain Village of Birmingwich Isle, 1st of Ixkin. The one immediately after that is a payment for Pick Up from Birmingwich Isle, 2nd of Ixkin. And then just unable to complete. You'll note that the one before the one stating deal with the mountain village of Birmingwich Isle, it will receive a large payment of 300 sapphires, which will say, from the Yami no Itami Ryu clan, for the deal made on the 28th of Sanctorus, which was 2 days before the attack.
Holy shit. So he'll actually pull that one out immediately. 300 sapphires.
That's 30,000 gold.
That's a fortune.
Damn.
Who in that
Where's Rajin?
family would want your family dead so badly?
Where is Rajin?
She's with us. She's being noticeably quiet, probably out of, guilt for something she's not involved in.
Guilt for the fact that
Rajin?
some people that she's related to did something shitty.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. Some of my family likes to profiteer off of wars. It's not impossible that they thought that getting the Jigoku Umare out of the way might trigger something that they could profit off of.
So your family isn't.
No, I don't know. I can't say anything for sure on that, but it's not like anyone has a history of always golden people.
They're responsible for the. Are they the ones responsible for the slave trade in Asawaki?
No, most likely that. No, it seems like they're just involved with the attack that destroyed the town. That's barely a just, though.
Rico.
Yeah.
What do you know of the? What do you know of the nobles
You
here?
mean to say? Wait a sec. This is in his logs, right?
Yes.
Which
This
means
is
he
in his bookkeeping.
Which means he don't. Considering I know what that deal is, doesn't that mean he's directly responsible for the attack on Anston, or at least involved in it?
Indirectly.
As
There's
far
no-
as you can
there's no
tell,
way that you-
it looks like he was paid that amount, which he then paid to the Juragar to do it. So it looks like the Yami no Itami Ryu clan was funneling their funds through him so that they looked less suspicious because they were just trading with another merchant rather than a group of Juragar bandits.
If he traded these to the Duragar, and that which directly led to a massacre.
Yes, but
Because
Well,
in
like a
the
weapon-
one stating, deal with the mountain village of Birmingwich Isle, the amount traded was 200 sapphires. Meaning that what happened was he was paid by the Yami no Itami Ryu clan, and then he got to keep a cut of it for basically taking on some of the suspicion, and then the rest of it went directly to the Duragar. It looks like they were just trying to cover their tracks.
Did he cover them well enough?
Clearly not.
Is that enough to convict him?
Well,
he could still use.
it's not enough to convict him of being involved in the slave trade, but it definitely is enough to convict him of, well, a case of domestic terrorism, which is far more serious as far as the legal system is
Rico.
concerned.
Rico.
Yeah.
Think about it. think about it. He would. This only proves that he was involved in selling merchandise to the terrorists. Which, if that in itself, if that in and of itself was a crime, then a large number of the merchants of the city would be guilty of terrorism. This doesn't prove that he had any involvement with the actual attack itself.
It proves that he facilitated the deal and basically paid the people who did the attack.
He
That in itself is a crime, is it not?
he paid people that did the attack, but there's no reason.
That's a
there's nothing
crime.
that indicates that he paid them to do the attack.
The deal wasn't specified. I know. We actually managed to get one of them to confess to it.
What was the deal specifically? Like, what was the 300 sapphire being paid to?
The 300 sapphire was being paid to a clan of Duragar, which are known as bandits and mercenaries. But it
And
doesn't specify what the deal was for.
But we know what the deal was for because I got a confession from it. That the confession isn't circumstantial. A confession is circumstantial.
Wait, hold on. When did you get a confession?
When I attacked the Duragar last night. Raijin recorded some of it.
And you got a confession saying that the Winless family personally paid for the.
I didn't get that, but I confirmed what the deal was. That's not circumstantial. If you put that together, the deal was made at the same time. The deal was made, then that specifically mentioned. If it's the deal and the same contractor in that time frame, it doesn't take a genius to work out what the connection is. That's not circumstantial. That's a single step away from confirmation.
But Senshin, you killed him, which means that he can't stand up in court, the man that you gave a warrior's death. Which means that we can't provide any of this evidence. All we have is your word, which, in the eyes of the law, doesn't exactly mean that much.
A noble that's far more powerful than you in this area.
Fuck.
In fact, I imagine that might have been what the Duragar was planning all along.
I doubt he was planning it. He does not seem like the type to think that far ahead.
I don't have any faith in people that would do stuff like this.
Come on, look... Birmingham, which we at least confirmed he did that deal, and around that same time, I know that one.
Yes, but unless you can get,
damn it, do we even sort of like recollection magic or something?
Raijin?
Well, what, David?
I might be able to do illusion magic.
Yeah, but that doesn't confirm it. Is there any sort of I don't know magic enough. Is there something that we could do that forces one to say the truth?
That kind of magic is high level enchantments.
Is it? I thought that was just zone of truth.
That's a high level enchantment.
Is it?
Not particularly, at least not as far as I'm aware.
Well, at the very
granted, you need to be versed in Magecraft, but it's definitely something that's quite doable. The main issue with it is that people tend to be able to resist it quite easily. What's typically more effective is water from the Feywilds, but, well, that requires going to the Feywilds.
I'm not going there again.
If we could get something from the Celestial Realm, then I might have a method by which we could obtain it, but if it's the Feywilds...
Look, yeah, you're right. How do we deal with this? Because the Duragar are gone. The base of operations, I took out every member of the Duragar down there. In that Deathstone mine, whatever they called it.
Deadstone.
Yeah, that.
Stone from the land of the dead.
I'll keep going over these, see if I can find anything else with you, Rico.
Alright.
Ascension.
Hmm?
I have reason to believe that your talents might be better suited somewhere else. There's a family there's a noble family that owns the ports. They're called the
Rinsei.
Thank you. They're called the Rinsei family. And based off the information that I gathered from the Windless and others, I have reason to believe that they might try to do something fairly soon.
What were they trying to do?
I'm not sure. Something violent.
Okay.
That's for sure. That's for certain.
What do you want me to do specifically?
If you and the if you and the rest of you if you, David, and Taishiro could head down to the port and just keep guard in case anything happens. Keep an eye on the place.
What do you want to do with Raijin to do?
Raijin should probably be best to join you, but well, there's a couple of things I want to ask her first. About
Okay.
her family.
That's something you want to deal with. If you can think of something to do about that, go ahead. I want to focus anyway. David, Taishiro.
Yeah.
As Kana said, we should stand guard on the ports. I'll defer to her wisdom in this scenario.
All right. Fine by me.
Is it just us three, or do you want me to bring?
No.
Or should I get anyone else?
I don't understand what's happening, but okay.
Yeah. So just that's back to Kana then. Should I bring anyone else, or just us three? I somehow doubt anyone's going to try and attack the king in this scenario. The royal guards are swarming the palace.
Yes, well, we still can't be too careful. Sometimes that's the best. In some situations, that's the best time to attack the king.
Fair enough.
Look, I think it'd be best if I kept most of the squad. I can probably let you have Corey.
All right.
Actually, yeah, I should probably let you have Corey.
All right then. I'll head along with them.
You run as a.
See you later, Captain.
And if you think you can get anyone else, to help you in the meantime, go and look for them. But well, I have no idea. You'll be heading in relatively blind. I don't know what might actually end up happening.
Right. Well, if you can just get David, do you have two-way communication, Maroon?
Yeah, I definitely do. Like, Dane
Wait,
was
he
just
does.
not-
Serious question.
Yes.
Do you actually have it? Oh, he does. Perfect.
Yeah.
Make up one of those between me and Kana. That way we can keep communication during this period.
All right, quick sec, and Dave will just hammer away and get the runes done. All right, here we go. All done.
All right, you
Thanks.
each have a sending stone and can now communicate with each other over any distance, provided you are both in the same realm. And it is telepathic, which means that no one has to hear what you're whispering to each other. You can
Okay.
make it make noise out loud if you want to, but you don't have to.
Okay. Well, I'll call you if I know anything specific. You call me if it's the same.
Will do. Oh, before you leave, I want to tell Corey one last thing.
Of course.
And she's gonna tell him that.
All right then. I will do that. When do you want me to do that?
When it seems the most appropriate.
Understood. All right.
All right.
I'll get going then.
Oh, and if nothing ends up happening, Senshin, bring me back a coffee.
Is that coffee at the ports?
There's
No,
coffee
it's in the
everywhere, so
merchant
look hard enough.
district.
If I remember to do that, I will definitely bring you back a coffee. I cannot promise that though.
All right, I'll take that much. Now then, Raijin,
Yeah.
sure you've realized by now that your family has a lot to do with this.
I'm fully aware, yes.
Do you have any specific names that you suspect over others?
No, not really. I would genuinely love to tell you anything I could. I really would, but I don't know enough.
What about your family's history with the Jugoku Umure? Is it tense? Are they rivals?
Not really. At least not from what I can tell.
Any?
It's the thing is like they almost jumped. They jumped almost immediately after the Yaban issue happens to the Jugoku Umare. So I don't know. I really don't.
Even
I could tell you
even just
more.
like a wives' tale of some old person spitting on one of your family's shoes or something.
Well, Senji's mother is, well, was the sister of the Yabans, of the head Yaban woman, a woman by the name of Miyasashi.
See, it's not much, but
They
maybe it's
were,
worth.
they were, considering that there's a possibility someone in my family assumes that they might be either related or responsible for the attack that happened all those years ago.
Well, yeah. I'm going to give you a. I'm going to give you a. And she'll just take out her notepad and hand it over to Raijin. You go and help the others. At some point, I want you to write down every name of a Yami no Itami Ryu that you can think of that's still alive.
Hmm. I'll see what I can do, but that's
Any,
a lot of names.
yes, well, it looks like we'll have to we'll have to sift through a lot of names then.
I'll do what I can.
Welcome to the boring part of the detective life. All right. You go. You go on and help the others.
Okay.
Alright. So Raijin heads with the others over to the port map, and I will switch over to the docks map now.
Oh, we have a docks map.
That we do.
Ooh.
It's an
So
extremely
that
zoomed in
ship,
docks map.
that ship over there is the King's ship, the one that you came through.
Mhm.
And yeah, this is the docks.
Oh,
Ooh.
actually, just so you know what's happening with Kana whilst this is going on, she's going to go inform the king of the new updates.
Fair enough. Alright. Consider the king informed. For now, I'll focus on the other group.
Yeah.
Alright, so Raijin will catch up with you guys, and Rakifu. Wait, no, it wouldn't be Rakifu. It would be. You will hear a little voice in your head that sounds like a girl that you met the other night, and it will simply state Rakifu was hoping to speak with you. He's concerned about the woman who was snooping around last night. Personally, I don't think she's any threat, but, well, you know how suspicious he gets. He's
Who
down
is
near the
this?
docks.
Who are you talking to in the head of?
I
In
assume that's in
Taishiro.
Taishiro's.
Taishiro.
Yes, please.
Is Taishiro able to respond?
Yes.
Tell him that it's not. Tell him that there's nothing to worry about, and that I have it all under control.
Alright, I'll let him know. Is there anything I can help you with today? I'm gonna be near the docks a fair bit of the daytime, if not during the night.
There's a. There might be something happening in the docks. If you guys are able to fight, we might need your help to protect some people.
I can probably get a few of the songbirds on standby. Of course, some of them won't be able to move around the city that freely, but I'm imagining Rakifu and I, at very least, should be able to turn up. But I've got to tell you, things are looking pretty tense there. Rakifu's been spending most of the day trying to encourage the dock people to not, well, not lose it.
Mm.
I'm worried.
What do you mean by not lose it?
They're talking about Plan B a lot, and I suppose Rakifu didn't tell you what Plan B was, but he's planning on avoiding it at all costs, and the fact that they're considering it, it's concerning.
Uh, we'll be we'll be here to we'll be here for the next little bit. So
That's good.
just yeah. I don't really understand what's going on, but whatever happens, I'm confident that Senshin will be able to help us.
I'm glad. Alright. If you see me around, feel free to say hi. although I probably won't say where I know you from.
Okay.
And you will cease to hear her in your ear. You will arrive at the docks, which appear to be pretty busy at this time of day. The dock workers are singing a different song this time. It doesn't sound like the work song that they were singing before. It sounds like a song of anger and frustration. And it's talking, and the lyrics are not about tossing boxes or about visiting faraway lands. The lyrics are about grabbing a shovel and digging.
Sounds like a John Henry song.
Nice.
Yeah.
But with the anger in your voice, you're pretty sure they're not digging a hole just for the hell of it.
You guys
They're
can
not
hear that,
actually digging a hole, they are singing
yeah.
about digging a hole.
Yeah. It's also. Is it in common or is it in null?
Null. They are
Can you
singing in
guys
null.
hear them?
I hear null noises, yes, but I don't speak the language.
Yeah, neither do I, but they don't look very happy.
Oh, Raijin,
Yes.
you would also recognize what they're saying.
Oh yeah, right. The whole understand every language thing.
Yeah.
Doesn't
That's-
she
A
have
lot
this-
of it sounds like
comprehend
euphemisms
languages from
for
that?
killing people. It is a rather violent song. Taishiro probably didn't pick up on the exact details of the grave digging, but the song is a null version of a song in common, which is specifically about digging a mass grave and then chopping the opponent into bits and dropping them in the grave and leaving it unmarked.
Oh, that sounds familiar.
Yep.
That sounds very familiar. I think I've done 2/3 of that.
Yes, Senshin has done 2/3 of that.
I have a feeling this song's called "Pick Up Your Iron."
Pick up you.
Okay.
It's like you pick up your iron shovel to dig. You pick up the iron sword
Yeah.
to cut the people in
Mm.
pieces.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah,
Mhm.
sure.
Yeah.
So they are singing "Pick Up Your Iron" in null. It's
Essentially,
not
that's
typically
what-
sung in common. But it is a poem that exists in common.
Ascension. That's the poem. Pick up your iron. Wait. Actually, I do know that one. Oh, okay. That's concerning.
And then you will hear a couple of them stating over the sound of this song. But Rocky Fruit said that we shouldn't be going ahead with it. There's no harm in singing, right? It's not like anyone here can understand us. Certainly not anyone unsympathetic. Might as well try and get some frustration out. Still, I can't believe they arrested that poor kid. I mean, she clearly wasn't in control. Why would you arrest someone who was under a Gias? It's not fair.
Gias.
Ascension? What's a Gias?
A Gias. So Brian should interrupt. She should know this. A Gias is a deal done between two souls or different entities. As an example, Senshi did a Gias earlier when he contracted Ashura long ago.
So, is it?
It's essentially a thing that forces one to do something exactly.
Can a Gias be forced onto a person?
Yes, Senshi forced one onto Ashura, did he not?
Is that what happened with that Null?
That sounds like that's what happens. So Senshi will just play the sending stone. Kana, what happened to the Null that was arrested? Hello?
Eli?
Why?
Oh,
Eli?
yeah, Kanda's not. Oh, right. The sending stone.
Sending
Yeah,
stone.
sending stone.
Right. How do you get this thing to work? And you'll just hear like tapping on the stone.
It's working.
Okay, can you hear me now?
It's working the entire time.
It's not a mobile phone.
It was
It's
already
just
working
a
great,
rock.
Mark. Can we focus?
Screw you. I'm in my early 20s. No, what was that you asked?
What happened to the person who was arrested for painting that sign?
She's currently being held. She's currently being held in the prison by. She's currently being held in the royal prison and is under further questioning.
Okay.
I visited her briefly during my investigation.
She was under a Gias. All the action she took was while she was under a Gias.
I figured as much. I mean, I couldn't quite tell because I don't see those things very often, but she said she didn't remember anything after she fell asleep last night.
Yeah, whatever that means is that someone basically contracted her into doing that during that time, with or without her consent.
Most likely it was one of the. God, I keep forgetting their name. Sorry. Wednesday.
Yeah.
The douchebags of the dock?
Yes. The douchebags of the dock.
Is that how it's pronounced? Is that how it's spelled?
That.
Rinsei.
Most likely it was one of the Rinsei family members. Essentially, don't go cutting up random nobles, okay?
Yeah, I know. Starting a war. Look, I'm being paid to start a war, so I'm not going to do it for free.
Do it. Okay, we'll work on that Sunday.
God, it's a joke. Don't worry about it. But yeah,
you're part of a mercenary family. I wouldn't be shocked.
I mean, yeah, but I'm mostly kind of. I was actually joking. I've never started a war.
How's the situation looking over there?
The Noel's definitely angry. At least from what I've got translated from Taisho and Raijin. But it doesn't seem like they're going to do anything.
All right. We'll keep an eye on the place. I'm doing a little more investigation.
I'll do that.
See if you can find where the Rinsei family are.
Do I have official jurisdiction for this?
I'll solve that later.
Well, it's going to be difficult for me to do anything without official jurisdiction, Kana.
Do I have to? Hold on, and you'll just hear in the distance. Mr. Ferdinand, do I have the ability to give them official jurisdiction? Yeah.
He will not respond, but Rico will, and will go, "You are the highest ranking member of the Virgil Love Brigade here. Yes, you do have the ability to give jurisdiction."
Right. I forgot about that. Kami Quincy left.
Which means that effectively any captain of the 40th to 50th regiments is allowed to, well, basically act as Commodore. And you are basically an acting Commodore while you're here.
Alright. And then she'll pull the phone up pull the rock up again. Yes, I hereby grant you official jurisdiction to search the port area for the Rinsei family.
Mm-hmm.
However, I'm not giving you jurisdiction to ransack the place.
I wasn't not suggesting ransack. I was suggesting if, in the events of crimes, the authority for an arrest.
Rico, I need to ask you something.
Yes.
And she'll put the two-way communicator down.
Yes?
Okay.
Okay.
Oh no, that was.
Are you typing it?
That was me ending the thing there.
Okay, fair enough. So you didn't actually want to ask Rico something. You were just ending it?
Well, I did, but I wanted to end the thing there.
Okay, alright. In that case, Kana hangs up.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might be pretty necessary for me to know. So. Either way, we've got jurisdiction right now for searching the area, for searching the Rinsei households, as well as searching for them. You guys ready for that?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Right.
I believe so, yeah.
Look for the largest, most pompous building, and that's probably where they are.
You will notice that this set of buildings...
That should be easy enough.
Are they large and pompous?
Yeah, those buildings are large and pompous, and as you go over there, you will see a couple of different signs there, mostly being a boat on the sea.
Yeah, this is probably them.
It looks like it's gated off, and there is a guard that is standing near the front who will just have a look over to you and go, "Greetings. Are you expected?"
No, I don't believe I am. Kana, say him. Get the thing. Kana, I need you for this.
Shut Oh, right. Okay. Also,
Have we ever
Alex, I asked the question.
Okay, that wouldn't really apply since this is a national rather than an international issue.
That just it just means can they get arrested?
Yes, but it's more difficult than in the case of non-them.
I see.
There needs to be a lot more evidence, and most stuff that normal people would get arrested for, they will only receive a fine, because the justice system works differently for nobility.
I see. In that case, yeah.
Okay.
It is corrupt.
Kana's just gonna. Yeah, Kana's just gonna. This is Acting Commodore Kana Taida of the Virgil Death Brigade.
Ah.
These people have jurisdiction to enter any premises that's located within the ports.
I see. Very well then. I will inform them of your arrival, and they should be able to prepare to meet with you. Just one moment, and he'll just grab a sending stone and will whisper something into it, and will then open the gates. Well,
God, this part of the job is so dull.
well, feel free to enter. And you will see a fair amount of small but well-trimmed gardens, and it looks like the place is fairly well maintained. There's a bunch of servants around the place, of mostly gnolls, but there are some humans and elves there as well. And as you reach the front door, a butler will open it for you, and we'll just go, "All right, welcome in."
Thank you very much. Russian, how does a guys work? just sort of.
Well, you sound really far away.
Your age is away from the mic.
I'm not actually. I was saying it really quietly.
Okay.
Ah, okay.
So there's Russian. How do guys work? I know how to do one, but I don't know how to make one. I don't know how to make one D&D. So inform me, DM.
Okay, so a Gaius is an enchantment spell, which basically requires you to cast the spell on the person, and if they fail a saving throw, typically wisdom or charisma, then they are bound by the terms of the Gaius. The terms can be literally anything, but the duration is typically only up to 30 days or until the task is completed, whichever one comes sooner. So the main restriction on it is how much mana you have and how much time it goes on for. If you cost enough mana into it, you can make the Gaius last forever until it is dispelled by a particularly more powerful piece of magic. It is a disgusting spell.
Okay. Well, do you have any way to tell if the people can use Gaiuses? Would she?
Let me see.
Oh, wait.
She would be able to recognize if a Gaius had been cast on someone, but as for whether they were capable of producing a Gaius, probably not. But one thing that would be useful is if she has seen the mana of someone who has a Gaius cast on them, and the mana of the caster. If she sees both, she would be able to recognize that it is the same mana. That would, however, require her to cast Detect Magic on both.
Yep, that sounds like we can't do that right now,
because you are physically not in the same place.
Yeah, well, can't do that, plan. That sucks. Okay, well, we're gonna do this by talking, I guess. Alright. I guess we walk into room.
Okay, cool. So you walk into the entryway, a couple of servants will start to take tea orders and such, and will apologize for their master being a little slow at arriving, and after a minute, a gentleman will arrive, and he will sit down, and we'll just go, okay, so I am told that you wanted to speak with me, and that you were sent by the acting Commodore. What is
That would
it
be
that you
correct.
what is it that you wish to speak to me about?
Well, I need to confirm something.
Of course.
Specifically relating to between you, rather your family, and that of the win rate.
Windlace?
Thank you. I don't know where the R came from there. On the windlass.
I mean, R and L are the same letter in
I think Windradine popped into my head.
Yeah, which
Fair enough.
Yay, my campaign.
Yeah, there you go.
If you want to watch you guys get.
It's on the same playlist.
I know,
Anyway,
right?
That no one can access but us.
That no one access with us, yeah.
yes, so there's no point in advertising.
I know, I just like making that joke.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I should probably introduce myself. My name is Arwen. And you are?
Senshi Jigoku Umare.
Arwen Rinsei.
Armin. Sorry, Arwen. I know it's called Arwen.
Arwen.
My brain just said Armin because, why not?
Almond.
Everyone loves our wholesome nuclear weapon.
Hey,
Yep.
Almond and Cashew would get along really well.
Oh dear.
What?
I think he's making a joke about the fact that they're both nuts.
Yeah, that definitely tracks in some way.
I guess, okay.
Also, that was layered. They are both nuts.
That was not what you were going for, was it? Okay, well,
Well,
then.
you did good, Eli.
anyway, time for negotiations.
Alright, so the Windlace family. Let me see. Well, here, I have my log here if you'd like to have a look at it. As far as I can tell, and he'll just place it down on the table between you, you can see that it's all in common. It is all very neat and organized by date. It looks like this fellow keeps very good records. And he will say, alright, well, from the parents, we typically get a lot of deliveries of bacon trees as well as some exotic fruits. Typically, there's quite a few from the Feywilds that we get. From the Taida family, there are some rare metals, but primarily we get various fruits from the Celestial Realm. It appears they have a reach there that many do not. From the Dubel family, we typically receive various merchandise from, well, the Hells. And from the Windlace family, well, the parents, we typically receive various fruits and exotic goods. From the Sun, we typically receive beasts of burden, although there have been some issues with quite a few of them being misrepresented, shall we say.
What does that mean?
What way?
Well,
Uh,
the deal was for it to be a beast of burden that was being sent over, but in quite a few cases, the beings that were sent over were not beasts, but they were sentient. It is an unfortunate situation, as they tend to end up losing us a lot of money because of that. Obviously, we can't keep those beings, so we end up just letting them go. Although typically, within a couple of days, they end up coming back and requesting work on the docks. Typically, their largest part of their pay is from tips, but, well, we do pay them as well.
Right. Are you aware of any of your
Can I
work
try to tell?
not missing?
Yes, well, not necessarily missing, but more they've died, but we haven't been able to find the bodies. You've
I
heard
mean,
of the
overnight.
fire bombings.
Yes, I'm aware of those. I have technically already solved those. That's gonna be on this breath, but
Can I try to tell if
I mean also in the last night.
In the last night? Not that I am aware of, no.
Okay.
Can I try to tell if Arwen is lying
Okay, about what?
about the Knolls leaving and coming back of their own volition?
Okay,
That's an
Alright.
insight check, isn't it?
yeah, insight check, please.
Unfortunately, I'm not.
Ration's also gonna do that, considering
Alright, and
Actually-
I will do...
which.
And that
Yeah,
is
I'll-
my persuasion/deception check. It is
Hey,
flat.
Eli, I was gonna say, do you want to give me advantage? Ration is master.
Actually, yeah, I have
Yeah.
nothing. So
Yeah, I was about to suggest that.
Anna would be good here, but I don't have
Yeah.
her.
Right.
On...
Well, so I'll have Rajan do it, I guess. Then and it's advantage because I'm asked for help here.
Yeah.
No, I don't have it. What? Oh, right, because it says charisma. Fuck. Okay, well, I'll roll for Rajan and hope I roll higher then. Yeah.
Insight charisma.
Also, you sent that
It's-
one to GM rather than just rolling in the open. He rolled a 3.
No, I did turn that to GM. I have that
Yes.
picked up from something else. Whoops. Right, I
Oh,
was
I guess-
teaching Alex about GM.
Yeah, I have.
roles.
I mean, I didn't see it, so
I was teaching Alex about GM roles. So
It
I
was a
kinda
3.
forgot-
I can say as the DM, it was a 3.
Whoops. Yeah.
I mean,
By the way-
I just type in WGM.
Yeah.
Oh no, there's just an option on the dice roll that just lets you tick GM. It's great.
Oh, hold on.
Alright.
I see. So
Yes,
Okay,
you
good
rolled to
thing
the
you actually-
GM, and that was a nat 1.
it's a good thing I
That's
got rid
good
of that then.
It's a good thing you rolled that via testing. Okay, so now that I've said that, well, Sentient's gonna do a non-verbal contact with Kana about that, basically. Just sort of, resting his hand on his cheek, like while he's thinking, but sort of covering his mouth. so
Yeah.
Oh,
Kinda
well,
where-
you can communicate with the Sending Stone telepathically. You don't even need to move your lips or
Oh,
anything.
Oh, I don't need to do that. Okay,
You,
in that case,
you can literally just hold it in your pocket and have your hand touching it, and then just will it to activate, and it will activate. Like,
Okay,
you
well, in
can
that
be
case-
real stealthy with these things.
Oh, in that case, I'm being real stealthy with it. I'll just will it. So while he looks like he's thinking, he's talking to Kana. Kana. Where do you know where the prisoner was? Do you know where the Noel that was arrested was from?
The earliest thing that she said was the earliest thing that she remembered was waking up under the employ of the Rente family. She seemed to hate working there and actually wants to be in the prison.
Okay, so she worked for them.
Yes.
Okay. In that case, I'll check this again. Are you sure there weren't any that disappeared?
Well, not in my district, but then again, I typically only operate this district here, and he'll grab out a map and show the district that he's talking about. So,
Mhm.
all of my employees live within my house, and none of them have went missing. It's entirely possible that something may have happened in another area of the family, but, well, they don't exactly inform me of that because that's their jurisdiction.
All right. Well then. Do you also know? Do you have anyone in your family that knows how to use the guy spell?
Well, my brother did end up going to a wizarding school, so I wouldn't be surprised if they taught it. I can't say for certain
district
whether
is
I
he?
know it.
Does he run a district too?
Yes, he does. Typically, he operates out of this district. Well, that's the area where he works. He lives in the house next door. His workers
Alright.
typically live in the tents there.
All right then. Well, I've got as much. From what I can tell, I don't believe you're in any sort of thing. Did you have? I have one last question. Do you know about how shipments work here?
What in particular are you wanting to know?
Was there a shipment supposed to be coming in a beast of burden from the Winlace family within the next couple days?
Not to... Actually, I think it was originally supposed to go to my brother, but it got deferred. Let me double check the letters. And he'll call for a servant to bring some letters, and he will grab a letter opener and carefully slice open a letter, and will go, here you go. And he will pass it over, and the letter will simply read, the owner of blank ship has decided to move over from my port to yours. There was a deal with the Winlace family that they were to be receiving beasts of burden. They will be receiving them at this day at 6 a.m. Although
What's
that
the day?
order never came through. The order was today, which was the 16th of Fetris.
All right. Well then.
It got
What were you
redirected,
guys
but it never
after?
came through. I
Do you know what
assumed
ship
the
this
deal
is?
had just been reneged.
You know what ship this is?
That ship, I believe it is one that is bound for the Fredrin Isle. That's
Alright.
a kingdom outside of the Alliance, but apparently they've been running rather short on beasts of burden.
Hmm.
Apparently they ate most of their bison and oxes and more meaty ones, so they wanted the assistance of, well, more muscular beings that were able to assist them in trade.
Alright. Well, I'll need a meeting with your brother. And also, if you can, hold that ship from leaving. There's a possibility they're involved in an incident with the Windlace family.
Of course, well, they had no intention of leaving until tomorrow afternoon anyway, but I will ensure that my dock workers keep their anchors down.
Yeah.
If you need to see any more of my documents to prove my legitimacy, I am more than willing to provide you with whatever you'd need. And
Okay.
if you like, I can take you to my brother right now. It might save you a bit of time.
I'll need that.
Of course. Alright.
This is a delicate situation I have to deal with right now, and it's not exactly my professional ability. I at least have a good idea of what I have to do.
Of course. It is good to see more members of the Virgil Dove Brigade out here. And it's good to see that you're doing your job. It is certainly quite an honorable profession. Alright. In that case, if you're all done with that, then I will take you over to my brother's house.
It's just in my head. I'm like, do not say that you technically don't work for them. That is a bad time to say that right now. let's just roll with this train, shall we?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
technically you do, don't you?
I work with. I do not work for. That's a very important distinction.
Well, I guess technically at the moment you're working for.
No, I'm working with
the sake
still.
of the-
I was given jurisdiction. Ostensibly, I'm working with, and as a mercenary, it's under offer of pay, even if that pay is technically minuscule.
Well, you got paid 30 rubies. Or not rubies, sapphires.
No, that was David. That was David making a deal
I
with
know, I'm doing-
Wakaza.
I know,
And
I'm
essentially,
joking.
it's basically just playing bank. But yeah, no, essentially, he just kind of like he's basically just doing this for low pay per se. But yeah,
Fair.
Right. Okay. And as he's doing that, just basically, what said Rajan says to her? Get up some sort of anti-magic defenses. I have a feeling this guy's probably not trustworthy.
Anti-magic?
Yeah.
I will warn you, my brother is rather paranoid and has a strong tendency to use, well, a lot of enchantment magic where he shouldn't be. I would definitely advise you to keep those anti-magic defenses up. And if you're capable of keeping up multiple spells at once, I'd advise having a detection spell up.
I'll detect magic. Taishro, do you have any ability to...
I don't have anything... I have a song. I have a song that can weaken an opponent, but other than that...
Nothing for anti-magic, then.
What about you, Koi?
Well, I have it on my shield, but that specifically requires the magic to target my shield or the general area around it before it nullifies it. It's not really something that I can use to get rid of an area of effect thing, per se. Or rather, it would only protect me, not everyone else in the room.
Right.
Well,
I have a...
if you promise to return it, I can lend you an amulet of mine. It works quite effectively as an anti-magic field.
Give it, if you could, yeah, we'll borrow one of those. More than that, I have a natural resistance towards any sort of enchantment magic, so I should be good anyway.
That's rather useful. Yes, alright. So I can lend you a couple of these, because goodness knows you'll need them going in there. So if you want to buy them, I can deal with that exchange, and you can pay for them. Otherwise, I can just lend them to you for while you go to my brother's house, and then you can return them later.
I will return them as I move through your house to get back out of here.
Of course. Alright, in that case, he will pass one over to everyone.
If I don't mention that directly, assume as I did as such.
Yeah, I will assume that when you pass back this way that you will return them.
Yeah, like, if I don't mention it, it's because I genuinely forgot. It would have been returned in canon.
Yeah, okay, got it. Alright, in that case, here is one for each of you, and you said that you didn't need one, correct?
Yeah, no. My unique biology means I'll be fine.
a rather useful ability, then. Alright. Well, in
Yeah,
that
it's
case, I
perfect.
think you should be well prepared against the unfortunate enchantment magic. I do apologize for this precaution needing to be necessary.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I wish I had unique biology.
Oh, it's fine, Taishiro. You don't have to
Well,
worry.
you appear to have quite a unique mind. With your ability to perform as such, many of the gnolls that I have working under me, typically they don't tend to sing or have that musical understanding. It is something
You
quite
think so?
admirable. Then again, I do admire any kind of bard, regardless of race, so maybe that's just
Mhm.
a personal taste.
Yay!
Right. All right then. We have an important meeting. So
Alright, so
thank
you
you for
will
your time,
arrive at the gates, and the brother will just go, "Hello, I've brought some guests. They come with my approval." And the butler will just immediately open up, take you in, and once you get to the front door, he will turn around and head back to his household.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
All right then. Everybody be on guard regardless, and Rajan, keep your detect magic up. All right.
Mm.
David, no buffoonery.
Oh no.
Taisho is going to start humming in preparation.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
All right then.
Alright. So you will wait for a couple of minutes until a man comes through. He looks to be in his late 20s and looks like an absolute mess at this exact moment. It looks like he either just got out of bed or has never bothered to comb his hair in his life. And he just starts looking over at you over some glasses that he's wearing that clearly don't quite fit and also aren't quite the right prescription. Hello there. My brother sent you, did he?
Correct. Well, essentially, he sent us in.
All right. My name is Yizuru, and you are
Kizaru,
Yizuru. Yes, that is correct.
attention.
Excellent. Of what household, may I ask? That name sounds familiar.
Jigoku Umare.
That would be why. Yes. Well, I am pleased to meet you, Senshin. And the rest of you?
Ah, Ever
That-
Davidson.
it's actually he's gonna cut him off. Right now, we need to focus on. We don't have the time for pleasant greetings.
Alright, fair enough. Just
So
think of me
that's
as,
him cutting him off before you finish your name, basically.
just call me the GG, the good Goliath or something.
Very well then, Gigi. And you will, Raijin, you will notice that he will not be moving his arms or anything, but you will notice the feeling of detect magic being cast. And he will note your detecting magic and will just nod approvingly. I see. Smart of you.
Mm-hmm. Now then, shall we start our meeting?
Of course. And he will sit down and gesture for you all to do the same.
Mm-hmm. Essentially, will be the one directly sitting down, just basically facing him. Now then, I should check this. Have any of your workers gone missing in the past, 12 hours?
Not that I've been told about, but a couple of them seem to have gone on revolts, so it's difficult to tell sometimes. They're going on strike, talking about wages. I've already increased them 3 times in the previous month, so... And, well, quite simply, they could easily afford to live in any inn or even purchase property if they wanted to, but, well, no such luck for them. They seem to spend it all on the inns. So, unfortunately, they don't tell me anything.
Alright. Well then, second point. What's the relationship like between you and the Windlace household?
The Winlace household. Well, it's a simple professional trading one. They trade me fresh vegetables, fresh fruits, various wild stock, and then I trade them on to whoever is seeking them out.
Alright.
Generally
Have
quite
you-
a good business partner.
Generally?
Generally, yes. Takada has been known to miss a delivery or two. I always just assumed that it was due to a reveal of some of the so-called livestock being sentient, which, well, that won't do. So, I always assumed it was that in the past, but in this case, it just appears to be negligent non-delivery. I can't say I'm too impressed. I doubt I'll be dealing with him again.
Are you aware of the threat made against the household?
The what?
Early this morning, a message was found painted in blood across the wall of their household.
That's horrifying. Who would act in such a barbaric way? No, I would only plan to cease deals with him.
We found there was a Knoll arrested there who did it. We've confirmed they're from the docks, likely your area too.
Did she have a name?
I never said the gender.
Well, the majority of the Knolls working in my area happen to be female.
That is that one, sir.
Yeah.
Ooh, I'm proud of myself there.
Yeah. It definitely should be. Holy
I
cow,
never-
that was good.
Nice. Well done.
You think Carter's proud of me, Eli?
Eli.
I mean, wait until we see what
Sorry.
what his response is. But
I mean, we heard the response.
The response was basically the majority of the workers in my area are female.
Mhm.
They tend to get far better tips, and also they're a fair bit stronger, paradoxically, than their male counterparts. I'd say it's about a 70-30 split in my area, so yes, I assumed that the Null was female. Is that incorrect?
Do you know how to use a guise?
Of course I do. I went to a wizarding school.
Well, she was under the control of one.
I see. So you suspect that it was my Gaius that caused that to be the case? Well, I am more than willing for you to sense my mana and have a look. I should easily be able to be acquitted, provided that you search.
You know, provided that the command was... But what if the command was to do exactly what was done and it was finished, considering she was just standing there afterwards? It would be safe to say that there's a possibility the gas is already over, would it not be?
There still may be traces of it. Speaking as a wizard myself, it is more difficult to detect such a Gaius, but the after effects of it, typically Gaius is lost for up to 30 days. If the task is completed beforehand, then that would be a case of, well, the Gaius would still be detectable. You wouldn't be able to detect it simply by looking at the person, but if you were using magic to detect it, it is definitely more than possible. You might need to channel a bit more mana into it, but it is absolutely a possibility. Provided you have any mage that is particularly proficient in detection spells, you should easily be able to identify it. Especially if the task was issued, well, last night or earlier this morning, as you seem to say, it would be quite detectable.
Tasha's just gonna lean over to Sentient and just like whisper, "Is it just me, or does this guy know way too much about Gaius's?"
If he's learned them, he knows it, but still.
He seems way too prepared to. He seems like he's way too prepared to answer all of these questions.
But of course, I'm a wizard after all.
He was whispering that to me, so.
Yeah, I wasn't. I was trying to like not be heard.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. I don't trust this guy.
Neither do I. GG. No.
Yep.
Could you two go and check? Could you two go and check around his area?
Yep, we can do that.
I'd like some more confirmation alongside it, things that I know. Since you could speak to the Knolls, Noel, it would be best if you could tell us that.
Okay. Come on, Gigi.
Yeah. It's all good. You can just call me David. I was just doing that for fun.
No, actually, he's telling. Actually, yeah, he's basically said she'd cut you off with just a glare, basically.
All right, fine.
Before
It's
you can say your
Gigi.
name.
Alright, fine, it's GG. Let's go.
I wouldn't expect
David,
a warrior type such as you to be so aware of the power of names. Impressive. Were you perhaps aware of my family's descent? And he will reveal that his normal-looking elven physique will start to turn cold, and it will look like his hair starts to lose all color as his eyes turn to a very bright blue, and his skin turns pale. You will recognize that he is an Eladrin elf, closely related to the Fae.
No. Or at least I had a suspicion the second you asked our names. I only was willing to give mine as I was fully aware that, since I already have a resistance naturally to it. And the others would not be told, and I made sure the others couldn't tell their names because I had a distinct suspicion this might be what was going on. My name alone should have been more than enough if I was coming in as a member of a Virgil Brigade.
I see. You are rather quick on the uptake. It's certainly nice to meet people who have the appreciation for Magecraft. It's always such an interesting topic.
I lack Magecraft, actually. And any ability for it. I'm just well aware of how to combat it.
Well, the awareness itself is still
power.
interesting.
Now then.
Okay, calm down, Asta.
Yeah. Now then. Right? I'm assuming you can tell that I'm being very serious right now if I set those two out.
Well, of
I'm
course.
fully aware that you almost certainly have something to do with this. And you're definitely not fooling me otherwise. I know your type and I know how you speak. You lie as easily as you breathe.
You clearly do not know my type, then. We are incapable of lying.
It's a turn of phrase, if you will.
Fair enough.
Do not take it as literal.
Fair enough.
Either
It
way,
is difficult not to take things as literal when, where you have grown up, everything is said as the literal truth. Or rather, conveniently
half-truth.
sidestepped. That is
There a
correct.
half-truth. I had enough experience with the Feywilds a while back.
Well
It's
traveled as
certainly
well.
hostile to me. Not by my own volition.
I'm impressed you made it back from there alive. It's very rare
Oh.
that people who aren't native to the area typically manage well.
Right, Gemini.
Yeah, Gemini. I didn't do a trip to the Feywilds. You guys may not remember that, but I genuinely have been to the Feywilds and back
Twice.
and had to mess with them. Yeah, and I had to mess against them for a decent portion of that.
Like,
Excluding the fact that I would have been taught this stuff
first time
briefly.
was with Lucky, and second time was with Gemini together.
And the Gemini one was a lot more serious, so I actually had to focus and actively work for it. And I've definitely learned my lesson from that. Could you tell, Alex?
Yeah, you're doing really well. You're playing smart.
Finally, Sentient's figured out how to be a team leader. It's called Divide, Conquer, and be a stalwart dickhead.
Well, I am incapable of lying, so I will simply state the facts as I see it. My actions appear incredibly suspicious. I am aware of more than I should be as a person who is disconnected from this, and I am also fully aware of the fact that if you were to look closely at the evidence, you would find that I am not guilty. So, as far as I see it, I have nothing to fear from you. And in fact, I will reveal anything that you ask for.
You're aware most of the Gnolls under your command are almost certainly sentient, right?
Of course they are. That is why I pay them. I do not pay the ones that are not sentient because they are beasts of burden. The ones that are sentient, I do pay.
Or that they're abused and is not speaking common in front of other people.
Typically, as far as I was aware, they typically chose to speak in Null because they didn't want others to overhear them. I've heard no such claims about them being... That is odd. It appears I have been neglecting my duties a bit too much as of late. There are some people under my employ I will have to speak to ensure that this does not happen again.
If you're going to answer me then this, is there anyone else under your employ who could have used the Gias on this person?
Could have. Not directly under my employ, but it is entirely possible. There are a couple of nulls under my brother Reed's employ that could have used the Gias spell. He ends up
Would they
training
have?
a bunch of them into the Gias spell.
But would they have? Would they have any motivation to? The threat was direct. If you don't make your end of the deal, you'll be next. That either indicates the ship that came into port recently, or someone directly involved. And since they're at your port, it would have to be you.
They
This is a
got
very
redirected
serious
to my
matter.
brother's port.
You just, yeah. I also. Would he be involved then?
Unlikely. I see no reason why he would be dirty.
Then who do you believe would be involved?
The problem is, the people who have the capability likely wouldn't have the motive. So, as far as I can tell, it's likely that either it is myself and I am somehow unaware of it, or it is one of the nulls under Reed's employ who have been compelled in some other way.
I think what I should do first is I'll at least verify you first. Do you take issue with me having my assistant here use the tech magic directly on you to find out if there's a possibility you've been under someone else's control?
Of course. Let me
Like,
just drop a couple of
so you
spells
take-
first, and he will
so you-
grab out
so
an
you- so you-
amulet,
yeah.
dump it,
So you
grab out a
take,
couple more.
I said, do you take issue? I said, do you take issue?
And no, I do not take issue. Just allow me a second so that I can open myself up. I have quite a few amulets on, you see, and they might interfere with the casting. And so he will
Right.
just take off about 3 to 5 different amulets and will just chuck them on the ground. And
So-
Raijin, you will then notice that they are anti-magic amulets as well. Alright, I
So,
believe that
as
is
a-
all of them. I take no issue. Go ahead.
Sorry, this is just a personal point. So you could technically lie if you mishear something.
Technically, yes.
Okay, that was just genuine curiosity. That was not part of this.
Yes, if I mishear something, then the
Then-
compelled to tell the truth is based on what I believe to be the truth rather than what the objective truth is. It's
Right,
not
so-
exactly an easy way of finding the objective truth about the world, merely the subjective truth as the person sees it.
Right,
Well,
yes.
else would be omnipotent.
You
Or
you can understand my curiosity. I haven't interacted with the Fae too much in a non-hostile way.
Of course. Alright, well, I am open, so feel free to analyze away.
Alright, then.
I'm open.
Assistant. So yeah, she'll go up and sort of, check directly on him with detect magic to see if there's any trace of, well, any form of magecraft that could influence. Actually, just magecraft in general on him.
Okay. It looks like he has a couple of spells on him that are just enhancing his physical performance. It especially looks like there is some magecraft that is seemingly keeping him awake for a long duration of time. It looks like the magical equivalent of coffee or steroids. It's unclear why that's there.
Coffee?
Yes, Kata, coffee. It also appears like there is something that is some enchantment magic on his memory. You can't tell exactly what it's doing, but it's there.
You have been affected.
Oh.
There's a small amount of enchantment magic affecting your memory.
That's concerning that I wasn't able to detect that. Thank you. It must be
It
because
seems
of
you-
all those anti-magic amulets.
There's a distinct possibility you have been involved, but possibly not by your own volition.
Well, I
Would you be willing
surely
to go
hope
into
not.
custody- Would you be willing to go into custody with us? There's a possibility that whoever's doing this may kill you as to remove loose ends.
I see. Well, of course, if it would assist you, then I can go into custody. I will warn you, though, as a mage, if I do end up acting as some form of sleeper agent, you will likely want to put some form of anti-magic cuffs. Otherwise, I may have the potential to cast enchantment magic all over the place. So I would
Right.
warn you to ensure that that is well set up beforehand.
Understood. It's
Cells
probably
are
best
rather
this-
useless if they are guarded by people that can be enchanted, after all.
Yeah. Look, if I'm going to be honest, they painted a wall in blood. These definitely seem like the kinds of people who will very willingly kill someone as a loose end.
Well, that is rather concerning. I sincerely hope that I did not end up harming anyone or end up, well, causing any of these issues.
Kana. So this is in the head. This may have just got a lot more complicated.
What's been happening?
I went through some of the check in the household. Rinsei family. Isato Rinsei, the one who's managing the port with a deal that got interrupted, or was rather. Everything about him seems like he was the one who did it. He knew more than he should have. He ended up getting the sex of the Knoll under arrest right without me ever saying it. And there's enchantment on his memories as well. And he has the ability to have performed the spell that controlled the Knoll.
So what you're saying is that he might have performed the spell against his own will.
There's a possibility he's either involved and removed his own memory. He involved himself in his memory of that, or someone else has. And considering the wall was painted in blood, there's a possibility whoever did this will kill him as a loose end. If you can get someone down here with anti-magic,
I think we definitely shouldn't rule out the idea of him removing his own memory so that he could lie.
Yeah.
Easily.
You're correct, which is why I suggest we get someone with anti-magic cuffs down here.
All right. Rico.
Yeah. I can head down there real quick, and then I can head back to where you are.
You're probably the second fastest member of our group, but we should keep Nestor around because.
Of course. Alright. In that case, I'll take some anti-magic cuffs down to them and then report back. See you soon, Captain.
Alright.
And she'll start running. Well.
So yeah, he'll put that the setting started. Alright.
She should be on her way.
So, it appears that either someone else cast this memory thing on me, in which case I did it unwillingly, or I cast it on myself, in which case that was a rather stupid plan considering my personality.
You also have something keeping you awake. You also seem to have spells that are keeping you awake. Is there any particular reason for that?
I was wondering why I hadn't been able to sleep in days.
Wait, what?
Oh.
You haven't been able to sleep in days?
Yes, I've been this ragged for quite a while. I just assumed it was fever.
You were not aware that you were unable to.
Is Kana still on the line?
He put this down, so he would have ceased communications.
Ah, damn it.
I know, right? But seriously, so you haven't been able to sleep in days around the same point. Wouldn't that also make you more susceptible to influence?
Of course it would. That easily makes anyone more susceptible to influence. Typically, the stronger their awareness and will is, the less likely they are to get caught off guard by any kind of enchantment magic.
When did this start?
I'd say a week ago. Wait, has it really been a week? I haven't slept in a week.
2 weeks without sleep will be literally fatal.
Yeah.
To a human.
Mm-hmm. That's because your hair.
I guess I lost track of time. I guess I just assumed that I was having a manic part of spell invention, and I just assumed it was as normal, but I really need to keep those anti-magic amulets off. If they're making me this blind to my own physiology.
Your brother said you were paranoid about this stuff. I'm starting to wonder if that paranoia was correct.
Well, a lot of mages typically like to test their abilities against each other. It's typically something harmless, but, well, I don't tend to trust others using magic on me. I guess my cognition is a bit impaired at the moment. That's
Mm.
probably why I let you look at my magic so easily.
3 levels. So I remember there were levels. There were things keeping him awake, and there was the enchantment. Was there anything else that you said, Alex? Oh, physical enhancement.
Yeah, various physical enhancements, so just stuff that makes him stronger, faster, etc. Especially faster.
What about the physical enhancements? Do you normally keep those up intentionally?
They should have worn off after an hour.
Or most of them are up still, including increase the speed. I'm gonna have you. Can you please? I want you to present to being bound up right now. I'm gonna keep you bound for a small amount of time just in case something triggers.
All right. Although I will warn you, it's not going to be. I would definitely suggest that ensuring that everyone who is susceptible to enchantment magic leave the area, otherwise they will likely end up being affected by the spell and may end up turning on you.
Shields, go down. Shields, go down.
Got it. He will leave the area. Since you are not susceptible, I believe it should be fine. In that case, I do believe the bounds should actually work, at least in the interim.
Right. In that case, assistant, you go down too. I should be more than enough on my own. This is it. Anything I should bunch up in specifically, like silver?
Well, silver isn't particularly effective, but cold iron, typically any form of sword that has ice on it. Typically something like that, if it's touching my flesh, it should weaken me. At least it does for every other fae.
Well, this might be a little uncomfortable. And he'll pull out an Imaro and coat it in the cold.
As to be expected.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So he'll just sort of slide that on around his back and like on the between his clothes, but so it's not cutting him in any way, just as lightly as possible.
All right. It is effective.
I hope you can understand my concern here.
I completely understand. I may be a threat even to myself at this point.
All right.
It's hard to think of what mage would be capable of doing all of this, though. I haven't encountered that many that are particularly powerful like this, who would be able to do this without me realizing.
What about enemies that would want to do that? Do you know anyone whom you might have pissed off that could be like that?
Well, not from this realm. Well, my family does have some enemies in the Feywilds, but, well, I kind of assumed they'd stay there. They're definitely supremists.
I don't think we can assume anything right now, can we? I
guess not, considering all of this.
We can't rule anything else.
Yes.
Considering the scenario we're dealing with, it could genuinely be a global conspiracy going on right now.
There's a group in the Shadowfell. They get involved in human trafficking quite often. My family ended up hearing about the deals and realizing that they were dealing with that family, chose to cut off deals, and, well, I don't know what happened because I wasn't born yet, but my family left, moved here, and started normal trade. At least I thought it was, but something always seemed to be off about the workers. They keep complaining about not receiving enough pay despite the fact that I pay them. I don't get it. It seems like there's always something going wrong or something going missing, and they always seem to be unhappy, but I don't know what I'm doing that's doing that. They seem to be genuinely terrified.
You can't lie to me, can you?
No. I'm scared we might be involved in the same thing that we were trying to run away from.
I'm starting to think that might be true.
These are people that I thought that were just working for me, but what if they're not?
Well, I'm gonna say you might have been at least cleared with a little bit of my suspicion, though. I'm gonna definitely be suspicious of your actions, even if your motivation and personality right now would suggest otherwise.
Completely
The ability
understandable.
to
With
enhance.
memories being altered, well, that could change a significant amount about my personality. Who knows how much has been changed?
Yeah, trust me, I'm more used to that than you think.
It's a
All right.
rather unfortunate circumstance. And at this point, Rico will arrive, show her badge, and show up inside. And she will just go, I've got a delivery of some anti magic cuffs. Is this who it's for? And she'll just gesture down to
Yeah.
Yuzuru.
Yeah. Senshin's basically sitting on his back with the code seal on it. It's clear that it's like he's not pressing on him, but it's basically just to keep him down just in case. Yeah, thanks. Pass him, I'll put him on.
Alright, so she will pass them to you.
And just climb around his arms. We gotta take him into custody. Regardless of if he's almost certainly he's involved, but the question is how much of it is his own knowledge and intent. More than I'm concerned that he might get killed off as a loose end, so we should keep him protected somewhere with a lot of guards.
Alright, well, I'll take him back.
Alright.
There anything in particular I should know about him? And Yuzuru will just look at her and go, ensure that you have some protection against enchantment magic.
Also, no, but make sure if anyone's there, they don't use their true names.
I am part Fae, so that might be...
Don't think too hard, it might cause something to trigger. Just go along with it for now.
Oh no, it's not because I'm thinking, it's because of the steel.
Right. I'll take that out. I do want to keep this on me. So he'll pull the sword back out from his back. Hope that wasn't too uncomfortable.
It was necessary. If you need it, there should be some additional detection scrolls upstairs. There should be spell scrolls. It would allow you to cast various spells without mana. If you have any need of them, then perhaps they could be of assistance. Especially if there's high-level magic being cast like this, it might be helpful to have some powerful detect magic spells there. I'm guessing that high amounts of mana, you wouldn't be able to use them like that.
I'll take everything I'll take all those. Yeah, my thanks.
I hope it's of help.
Make sure this guy's protected.
All right.
There's almost certainly the linchpin to this entire case.
Okay. Got it. And Rico will just take him back to prison. And
so yeah, Senshin will walk down and hand back. So he'll as he's going to this actually, he'll go to the guy who gave him the amulets and how much are you charging for these? For the anti-magic, how much?
50 silver typically.
Okay, I'll pay for the 4 we took.
Of course. And let me know if you need any more. I have got plenty spare in the household.
Yeah. Also, your brother's taken into custody, but right now we aren't sure if he's actually committed any crime. I want all of you to watch your backs right now. There's a possibility of targets on your head without you even knowing it.
Understood. Should I send some more of the workers home or send them to an inn? Are they potentially in danger?
I'll go talk to them directly.
Alright.
Something which your brother told me makes me concerned about any interactions you'd have with them.
Of course. Well, if that's the case, then I wish you luck.
No. Yes. You should almost certainly get on high alert, possibly lock down if you need to. I'm sure that'll impact the economy, but if this is right, I'm fearing this could end up with a full-on revolt or civil war.
I see. I will remain on high alert. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
And you will head over to where the null workers are, and you will note that in that section, the 70-30 split does seem to be about accurate, with 70% of them being female and looking rather buff.
I would have met up with the others, by the way.
Alright, cool.
Yeah.
So you've met up with the others, and you now have the anti-magic amulets.
Yeah. Okay. And I'll also have brought everyone up to speed on what's going on right now.
Mm.
Taishiro, I want you to talk to them directly. If it's another Null, they'll likely trust it a lot more. I genuinely think there's a possibility whatever's going on right now is something that is, well, rather it's people influencing all of us.
Okay, I'll try and see what I can find.
Um,
But what should I be looking for?
Not that. We're not looking for it. We're gonna tell them that the place has been put on high alert and all businesses to stop today. That they can go home.
Oh,
But you should tell them that
okay.
directly. And
Okay.
say it's from authority from both the country and the port, and that they can go home and just assume nothing's wrong. I want them tell me what their responses are as well. By the way, I need to make sure this all goes as well as it can.
Okay, I will. And Tetra will start going to the Knolls and start telling them the news.
All right. In that case, a lot of the gnolls will just look blankly at you and go, "You think we can afford a home? These tents are where we live. We live on the docks. They don't.
Would they pay you?
No. They don't let us leave."
They said that. This.
Actually, I'm assuming Section's at least able to see Taishiro's, confusion, concern there.
Yeah.
So he'll actually walk over and check with him. Can you translate for me?
Saying they don't have any money to be able to afford a home. They live in the tents.
The Null will whisper to Taishiro in Null, "Is this guy sympathetic? Is he safe? I don't want to get hurt."
He's fine.
Okay.
This is the guy that saved me from a similar situation. So
They act all high and mighty and say that they pay us, but I haven't received a dime in the entire time I've been here.
Sorry, I translate back.
yeah.
She will say that in common.
Like,
She will start speaking in common from now.
You can speak common. That makes this a lot easier. Your boss, are you aware your boss is a Fae?
It wouldn't surprise me, but I haven't exactly seen my boss that much. Typically, I just see a lot of the people that work under him.
How much do you know about Fae, by the way?
I don't really remember anything except for working at these docks. I just remember that stuff from the Fae is typically considered exotic and valuable.
Well, the Fae race have a very particular thing about them. They're incapable of lying. They have said directly that they pay you a large amount and they've raised the wages a lot.
Ascension?
I don't think they're what I'm thinking is I'm thinking the people underneath are taking your wages.
I see. Wait, so you mean it's not the bosses?
I don't believe it's the people in charge, or at least I don't know, or at least they don't seem to believe they're doing it.
Ascension, how do you know that Faye can't lie?
I've interacted with quite a few.
And they all told you that?
Well, I've also learned a bit. They can't. The thing is, they can't directly lie. They can't say a falsehood, but they can say half truths. The thing is, it was detailed and extensive. The more detail you put into something, the less ability you have to make a half truth. Correct? Unless you make an outright lie. Since they can't do that, at least some of what they're saying seems to suggest it. Who are the people who are the middlemen?
The middlemen typically work in these offices right here. Those are their houses. They typically try to make sure that we stay on task, but honestly, they don't do any work. They just tell us to grab stuff and then take any tips that we get, and then
that's wage extortion at the minimum.
Keep hurting us.
All right. Well, I'll ask Connor. I'm gonna get Connor to send me a small platoon. We should, at the very least, we should detain these people too. If we take them out right now, if you can, spread around to not cause any sort of violence. Right now, it seems like someone's setting us up to cause a massive revolt. and a lot of death.
Do you want
Few
us to
bites.
move? Where can we
No.
go?
Stay if you stay here and go back to where you live.
All right.
Don't and try to and they spread to the others around to not commit any acts of violence. Right now, if you do that, there's a high possibility it'll lead to an all-out war, and you will be only more further abused, and it hurts. I'd rather have that. I'd rather you guys not be hurt at all.
Okay, so if we stay here, then we don't get hurt. Okay.
Just go back to your place. I'll make sure that the people who command you right now, and I told that your workday is over as a national security risk,
Okay.
and keep yourself safe. Okay.
All right. I'll let you know that the people who end up doing most of the hurting, they live around here. The ones who live in here are the ones that get hurt the worst.
All right. We'll go directly there then.
And you will see over here a large house, a couple of large houses, which will just read as Reed's area. And
Oh, son of a bitch.
and it looks like instead of having one house, it looks like he has multiple, all of which seem to be fully stocked with a whole bunch of gnolls in what looks like very posh business suits, and they're just staring blankly.
Rajan still has to take magic up, so does that ping anything off them?
There's no sign that there's any enchantment magic on the gnolls. However, you can tell that it seems like they're not fully sentient, and it seems like any command given to them, magical or not, they will automatically follow it.
These genuinely are non-sentient gnolls. Okay.
And
Well,
you will also note that the property seems to have a lot of detection spells on it, as well as protection spells. And then you will notice, then a gentleman will walk out from one of the houses, and you will immediately sense this guy hasn't had magic cast on him, but it's very obvious that he has cast a lot of magic on other people. You can sense 3 Giases.
Oh.
One of which has lapsed, one of which is still active, and one of which is uncertain. It looks like it is lapsing at this moment.
That's not good. So, yeah.
He will be in a business suit and looks absurdly, ridiculously rich.
Okay, so Sedge's gonna grab the stone and Kana, I need a platoon and another anti-magic cuff. And some anti-magic cuffs as well. There's a man here he has 3 Giases on different people.
To specify, he has cast the Gias. The Gias is not cast on him.
So he's cast 3 different Giases on different people.
Shit. Alright. Try to control the situation until try to keep the situation under control until I'm able to get there with the rest of the squad, okay?
Yeah.
I have to wait for wait for Rico to make her return first.
Okay. I'll do whatever I can to make right now it looks like it's very easily could have gone to or can go to violence. I'll do whatever I can to prevent the ones that'll be most likely to fight from attacking right now. Taishiro, can you do this? Taishiro, I need you to do the same thing you were doing. Make sure you can check with the adults around here and tell them that they need to keep calm right now.
Oh, okay, I'll do my best. And Taishiro will act as a peacekeeping agent.
Yeah. How soon can you get here?
Let's see. I'm currently in the palace, so if if I rush it, I might be able to. If I rush it, maybe 5-10 minutes.
More like 15.
Oh.
There's a lot of busy streets.
Damn it. And if we're trying to get an actual group through.
I mean, if it helps, boss, I might be able to offer something. At least,
what can you offer?
well, I can try and create the item. If it's simple enough, I can.
Do you have the ability to make an anti-magic rune?
I'll give it a good old go, boss. I got item creation.
Alright, got it.
Well, I should say when.
Yep. It's when.
Oh. Yeah, I
Alright.
can do it right now.
Alright, David, I don't think you know an anti-magic rune.
Can
Yeah,
he? Yeah.
that's fair.
So that's what I was. Yeah, that's most. What I mean is, we need the anti-magic stuff right now, and more than that, I need at least a group of people members of Virtual Dove. As we are right now, I don't believe it's a good idea for us to try and arrest him. The other guy we could bring to custody because he was willing, because he was going to come willingly.
You will see the guy who will just walk past you and will just go, excuse me, and will then continue going forward into here.
Actually, since you'll just have the stone in his pocket, go grab it. Please rush. I have a feeling this could go bad if I'm not sure if I can keep this calm for enough time.
All right, just hold still. I'll try and see if I can.
The line just gets cut off after he finishes saying that.
Alright.
Damn it.
Raijin, do you still have Detect Magic up?
So she has it up. She had it up. She'll turn it off the second that he's noticed them at all, or rather fade it out, so at least it fades into background noise.
Okay. Alright, in that case, you won't sense the magic, but within a minute or two, you'll start to hear some of the songs in Null, the one of Pick Up Your Iron, and it starts to play again, and you will start to see all of the gnolls in this area will start to step out of their tents and start walking this way. And then the gnolls in here will start looking blank-eyed and will just start chanting the same. And they start walking over this way.
Shit. What are you doing? Okay. That's not good. Okay.
You can't see the fellow.
Uh-huh. Wait, I can't? Okay.
No, it looks like he at some point, while you weren't looking, he disappeared.
I would have been using Mugen gun for this because I immediately don't trust this guy.
Okay. You sensed him in this tent a moment ago. He's not there now. You're not sure where he's went, but he's nowhere within the range of your Mugen gun.
Shit. Raijin, use locate that guy right now. Tush, David, get this wall. These bridges are made of stone. Make a wall on both of them.
All right, right away.
I'll do my best.
If you can figure out how to charm them or calm them down, do it.
I'll see what I can do.
Pick up your iron.
And I'll
bury them deep.
I'll try to cast enfeebling melody.
All right, what does that do?
Halves all creatures' movement speed, and attacks. And all enemies' movement speed, and attacks against said enemies have advantage.
Okay.
I don't really have like a dispelling magic thing. This is the closest thing I really.
All right, and Senshi will basically grab onto David and start jumping over using the lightning spell to the other bridge where they're moving towards.
All right, the movement speed will reduce, but they will still continue to move.
Yeah, so sculpt that. Go to sculpt this shit and fast, okay?
Yep, I'm doing haphazard, boss. Don't worry.
I don't care if it looks pretty. I need it to be a big wall.
Yep, that's what I'm doing. Don't worry, boss. I got it.
And then you will notice that immediately surrounding them, you will see just the guy, Reed, that was walking in there earlier. It appears that they have grabbed him, and he is at the center. And one of them is holding a torch up to him.
Are these the
Grab
gnolls?
your iron. Yes, these are the gnolls. It appears that they have this guy. Pick up your iron.
David, keep watching.
Bury them deep.
If they're about to do anything to him, Senshi will jump over and and grab him with the lightning, same thing he was doing to David.
All right. It looks like they're just holding it up at this stage, but
yeah, if they're about
a bunch
to do anything,
of civilians will start rushing out of the houses to see what's going on, and they will hear the noise.
Everybody stay back.
All right.
The
So,
civilians will
er-
rush back, and then you'll see another group of gnolls coming from over here, as it appears that Arwen is also being carried over this way by them. It looks like he has been tied up with some rope, and it looks like a bunch of gnolls are just grabbing him with the sheer bestial force. It looks like they're
Fuck me.
also holding one up to him.
Okay, fuck me. So Sentinel used the detect magic. One of the detect magic. What's it called again? Scrolls he already had up.
All
See
right.
if he can figure out where the hell this is coming from.
All right. So you will notice that it looks like uh Reed over here cast a Gios on one of the gnolls and instructed them to basically start a riot. And that gnoll is instructed to ensure that he doesn't die, but keep him constantly threatened.
So that bastard's at fault then. Well, if he wants a threat, I'll give him one. So Sentry's going to, instead of going towards Reed, he's going to basically blitz over and grab Arwen. And he'll place him on top of a tall building, basically to keep him out of the way of danger. Stay there, don't move, don't get hurt.
Got it. And the gnolls will just start yelling at all over the place and will basically go, burn them! Burn those who oppress us!
Sentry's gonna go basically in the demon form there, and, well, he's gonna try and intimidate them down, essentially. If you want to survive, I'd advise not starting a war.
What is a war of concern to us? We'll be treated the same regardless of whether there's a war or not.
You'll be alive if there's no war.
With the execution these guys were planning, we won't be alive either way. And you'll see that a bunch of the personal guards of Reed will start rushing forward towards the gnolls and will start holding spears up to them.
Where are they rushing from?
They're rushing from this way.
Sentry's gonna basically blitz his way over there too. He's playing 50 different directions at once. Thank fuck he can travel the speed of lightning.
Yep.
Oh, I'm gonna be exhausted after this.
Some of them are
So
going to
he's
rush
like-
this way. Some of them are going to rush around. Some of them are going to go through the water.
As they're coming up, he's just still in demon form. All of you, back the hell off now!
Our master is being threatened by these beasts. What would you have us do?
I'll have you stand back, and I can get him out of there easily. If I can manage to jump across this entire dock within a couple of seconds, surely I can do that. Make the smart decision and not the one you think.
Well, protecting him is our job.
Not right
We'd
now.
be fools not to do it.
And Sentry's just been saying that he's basically blitzing over, grabbing Reed, and dumping him a little less gracefully on top of a building.
And you will start to hear a couple of whispers come from Reed's mouth, and you will just see the gnolls turn towards a lot of the guard and start attacking.
Fuck me,
The guard will start attacking back. Several gnolls start bleeding out as their bodies start to go into the ocean, and there will be several of them.
Stop the gnolls.
All right. All right.
David, block up the other. David,
Barry.
block this up as best as possible.
Yep, I'm
Bury
doing that
them
right now.
deep.
Get the hell over here, Connor.
And you will start to see as several of the gnolls, including the one you were talking to earlier, their fur gets lit alight, and they start to burn like a humanoid torch. And then it starts to spread to the other gnolls like a wildfire, caused entirely on their hair. And they scream as they are burned alive.
David, you have a water rune, right?
Yep, I can use it right now.
Then give it to me, I'll do it on top of them.
Yep. Dave will just throw it like a frisbee at Ascension.
Yes.
And Sentry's just gonna use it to basically pour water on top of any of him as he can immediately. Might knock them to the ground, but they're not on fire anymore.
Yep. David will create one of his own, just on the side, and just use
Yeah,
that as
basically,
well.
just get spraying them.
Taishiro, you might need one too. And he'll toss one to Taishiro.
Who
Put 'em
was the
out.
one that did this? Who just lit them on fire?
Look, right now we
It
need
was
to
the
save him.
guards.
Yeah. Okay, so Raijin, shoot at the guards. All right. Make sure it's non-lethal if you can.
I assume we're going to be rolling initiative.
Yes. Everyone roll initiative.
Oh man, these guards.
Great.
Also,
Senshin, then Raijin.
Also, I did a private message.
David, Sunshine.
I am not equipped to deal with this easily. There's so much I have to deal with. Holy shit!
Yeah, I mean, you're the guy that can travel at the speed of lightning. The rest of us
I
can't
can,
really-
but I can't be. But there's only one Senshin.
Oh, I mean, you got David and Taishiro, and
Yeah.
I know, but you guys don't have instant teleportation.
Yet,
No.
at least.
All right, let's
That's
see.
kind of the thing. Like, I am doing everything I can. I'm not sure I can do this as well as I hoped, but I can
Look,
maybe do this.
Look, Taishiro. Not Taishiro. Look,
Yeah,
Senshin.
that was it.
Senshin. There's 3 of us. You don't have to cover every. You don't have to try and cover every single angle.
Mm-hmm. By the way, Senshin probably. Do you want Senshin to go before you, or do you want to go first when it comes to what's called?
I want to go first so I can give Senshin buffs.
Okay, fair enough. You go before me then.
Yeah. I figure that's probably the best idea for the
Yes, it probably is. Oh my lord. Okay.
All right.
Holy shit.
Eli, have you rolled for Taishiro?
You did.
yeah.
It was a 13.
Okay.
got 13 and Senshin. Oh, Liam has conceded to Taishiro, so that Taishiro can
All
give
right.
him buff.
Can you also roll for Kana? She won't be arriving this turn, but she will be arriving next round.
God damn.
Oh god damn it.
I guess we'll just say
Wait.
Kana goes first.
Kana, so it goes Kana,
Wait. She's
Taishiro,
arriving
and
next.
Senshin.
Wait, she's arriving next round.
Yes.
Doesn't that?
Is that too early? I didn't
Well, I
get
think
the
that
timing
throws
right.
off the whole thing.
All right.
Well, she's just roll
How many
her
rounds
anyway.
do you need it to be? How many rounds do you need, Eli?
Hold on. Let me.
Oh my lord. It is hard to be team leader sometimes.
yeah, definitely is. But you're doing very well. Feels
Good
great
point,
that I'm
yeah.
at least-
Yeah, that's.
All right.
That's why I was like. That's why I was like. Next round doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
All right. Okay. So, you will spot that a bunch
Stay
of
around.
the gnolls will have just been knocked by the water and hit down. And you will notice that a couple of the other port workers will be held up by the gnolls, looking like they're being speared. There will be screaming on both sides as multiple people end up dying. Taishiro, it's your turn first.
Real quick, does that sound good?
Sure.
In the case Taishiro, he's going to. Which of the guards is like trying to spear the other gnolls?
There are several of them, but there's one right here that is doing it.
In that case, Taishiro is going to run up to him and just. Oh, that's not good music.
No, it definitely isn't.
Oh, I said. Hey,
Well, it's great music. It's great music for the
Yeah.
situation. It's just not a good situation.
No, it isn't. Do you know what this song is used for? This song is used in AOT for when Armin gets, flambéed, and
Oh, right.
when the owl reveals himself.
Fuck.
I see. Holy cow.
I'm
Okay.
gonna. Yeah, and I'm gonna roll up to him and just get on them. And I'm going to use. I'm just going to try to attack with a. With my rapier.
Okay.
I guess I'm not getting buffs then. I don't care. Ooh, that's.
Alright,
good.
that will hit. Are you attempting to deal damage to him, or just to disarm him and prevent him from continuing in combat?
Hello.
Hi,
Hello.
you cut out.
Okay, sorry. My computer crashed for a second. Luckily, it didn't fully crash, so
It just burped.
yeah, it like froze. Oh, for the love of.
What's up?
Don't tell me it did it again. No, it didn't do it again?
I don't know.
No, okay.
Alright, so, your attack.
Okay, I'm
Are
back.
you attempting to disarm the fellow, or are you attempting to damage him?
I'm actually attempting to use Agile Dance.
Alright,
So I can spend one Bardic Inspiration die to push a target within melee range up to 10 feet away.
okay.
May use a reaction to allow either myself or an ally to move up to their movement speed without provoking opportunity attacks.
Alright. Okay, so
Um,
since you hit, you will manage to push him. He will land in the water about here.
Yeah. Alright, so yeah, I just kind of shove the thing off and then just. Are you alright? Are you alright? Talking to the knoll.
Won't be alright until they're buried. And you'll just see her staring at you, the type of madness in her eyes. Won't be alright until we're free and they're gone.
Maybe.
I'm free,
Not
huh?
that-
Oh man, the
Join
Italian
us.
music is even more useful.
And she will grab Taishiro by the shoulders and just go, "Join us. Be free. Free yourself."
Sorry about this. And Tasha's going to try and like whack her with the shield to knock
Alright.
her out.
Alright. Roll to hit.
All right, yeah, this one has the bit at the end from the guy, so you may want to just. Oh, that's another 18. Holy shit, man, you're rolling doubles a lot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kind of weird.
Alright. Yep, so you managed to hit her and managed to knock her out, but you'll just see that as she goes down, she will just let out an extremely loud and scary sounding laugh.
What the hell? What's going on here? Why does that laugh sound so familiar?
What the hell is going on?
And I'm gonna end my turn there.
Alright, Senshin, it is your turn.
So, when Rajan explained Gias's to Senshin earlier,
Yeah.
she also would have explained how they deactivate. What happens if I knock out Reed, who I'm pretty sure is causing it?
Well, considering the fact that they stay active for up to 30 days, he isn't going to stay conscious for all of the 30 days, so the Gias would still
What if
remain up.
What if he's dead?
Then the Gias will drop.
Then you'd be also killing a noble.
I know.
Also, if you put any amount of anti-magic on him, the Gias will also deactivate.
I have one of the I have one of them on me.
Alright.
Fuck. Oh, please don't. Okay, well, I guess I was on the fucking roof of him anyway, wherever I dumped him. Just pull out one of the amulets and just sort of slam in his jaw, basically.
Unhand me, you violent cur!
Shut the hell up. Shut up. Are you the one that did this, Gias?
What Gias? They're acting of their own volition. See?
Bullshit, they are!
And you will look down and note that even though the Gias should be inactive, the Gnolls are still acting in exactly the same way. Bold of you to assume magic was necessary to rile them up.
Shut up or I kill you.
If you kill me, then you'll be executed for treason.
extended. Or I could, alternatively, if you just happen to die, if you die in the crossfire.
I see your point. And then, within a split second, you will see that Reed has disappeared to somewhere else. You can't sense him with your Mugen.
Psychopathic fuckhead. Okay. How the fuck do I deal with this?
You'll
How the
note
fuck
that the Nulls are acting exactly the same, despite there being no Gias activated.
Well, no gear set up by that guy.
Yeah. That guy has not got a Gias active on them.
Mm-hmm. Where are most of them?
Most of them are here.
And that's David, right?
Yeah, most of them are near where David is.
Tasha or Null speak to anything?
What was that?
That's me asking kind of out of character, but a Null speak to anything.
Um,
I'm not
well,
using fire. That's pretty obvious, but...
Not specifically. We have good hearing. That can sometimes get annoying, but...
Good
So
hearing.
they would actually be somewhat weak to Sonic, depending on the effect.
I don't have anything that does Sonic, but I do have the lightning, which
At the same time,
specifically does strikes of lightning.
at the same time, be careful not to scare them. We Gnolls tend to have we Gnolls almost always we Gnolls don't really have a fight or flight reflex. We have a fight reflex.
So you're telling me I can't intimidate them out of this?
No, they'll just become more rabid.
Shit. So I've got to knock them out.
They also, well, we Gnolls are pack creatures, so they're probably good at working together.
Right. Fuck me. Fine.
Bury them. Bury them deep.
No one gets buried today.
They will seem to ignore you and continue to attack the Royal Guard and anyone that stands close to them.
If you want to
It looks like their violence is senseless.
So, if you want to survive, all of you get the hell back.
Wait a second.
They
If
will
they've been
completely ignore
if they've
you.
been frightened, if they've been frightened by something, this might just be their animal instincts kicking in.
Yeah, that was not for the Null's benefit, that was for everybody else's.
The other guys will continue to ignore you and just continue to go ahead with their attack.
I'm using, okay then, well, in the largest mass of both Nulls and Guards, I'm gonna use Thunderstorm.
Alright, what does that do?
So, that is, let me roll while I check this. So, it's a roll to hit, a 20 sphere, so it does lightning damage and a d10 of slashing. Advantage against people wearing metal armor, and anyone who's wearing metal armor I have advantage on, and I also do another 1d8 of lightning.
Alright, the guards are wearing metal armor, the Nulls are not.
Okay, it also turns out this blade apparently has a chance to stun enemies on a connect, which I completely forgot to add, so I'll just tell you that now.
Okay.
So I'm gonna use Thunderstorm on the largest mass of them.
Alright.
And I'll roll two
Which would
different...
probably be about here.
Yeah, I'll roll two different hits. The first is for the guards with advantage. That'll hit them.
Yes.
Because I have, it's professional plus 4 extra from
Yeah,
my...
that'll work.
I'm in stage goddamn 3 right now. I started this damn fight in max level. I started this fight using all the abilities because, like, shit, fuck. Basically, I imagine Kara, this is what you just seen the lightning bolts of Sentient jumping across the entire dock.
Yeah. Well, at this point, Kanda's like jumping over the.
I imagine Kana, when Sentient's last response before he had to cut himself off was, "Get over here, and rush, please. This will go poorly."
You will note that a bunch of the guards at this point. Oh wait, no, I'll say that later. All right.
Sorry, let me roll to hit for the.
Yep.
As well. Let's see. So that is professional at this level. That is a +6 plus another 4 from that, so +10, so 17.
Yes, that will hit. All right. They both hit, and you
So-
managed to get a bunch of them stunned
This is all
in
non-lethal.
place.
This is all non-lethal. So that,
I'm
and then
back. Sorry.
fair enough. That, and then that extra for the
Okay.
guard. That was not meant. So the guards. Oh, actually, that roll was accurate. Whatever. So the guards take 20. So the guards take 30. The guards take 30. The
Rolls.
take 26.
Alright, got it. Yeah, they all seem to collapse, some of which are stunned, some of which are just unconscious. Raijin's turn.
I guess that previous thing would count as an action.
Yeah, and you already used your bonus action, so...
Yeah, I used a lot of things then. I'm very busy. Fuck, what can Ryoko do that's non-lethal? Oh wait, right, everything, because you have the same thing as me, where
You can declare it to be non-lethal if you want.
even if it's a ranged attack, because that's a stupid idea, D&D, I can definitely non-lethally hit someone.
Yeah.
Like,
You
not
will
lethally
note
shoot
that a
someone in
lot
the
of
face.
the guards with the torches will start setting fire to the tents where the gnolls live. And fire will start to erupt in a circle around you, so everyone has to cram even closer away from the tents just to ensure that they don't get lit on fire.
Okay, she's gonna start taking out any of the guards. She's gonna start shooting all the guards with torches with lightning bolt.
Okay,
So,
they all have
I just-
torches.
all the guards. Great. Well, I'm pick the largest areas with guards, and I'm gonna use a quicken spell to fire 2 lightning balls at these people.
Alright, cool.
So they have to make dex saves. I guess just make a collective dex save.
I'll make 2 of them. Alright, what's the DC?
Let me just check that. Wait, is theirs flat, by the way?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, no, that fails.
Alright, cool. So they both fail.
So they'll take. Oh, wait, also it's lightning damage, so doesn't it do extra if it's. Well, it's only 5d6, but. I somehow
I'm not
imagine-
really counting specific damage for this battle that much.
Fair enough. Well, it would likely be doubled anyway, so yeah, that to both of them.
Yeah, alright. A bunch more of them fall down. David's turn.
Okay, this is serious.
David, put out the fires if you can.
Alright, no worries. David will take out the ice rune
Also,
and
the
immediately.
music's, also, Alex, the music has stopped. You've got to put the little thing on it for it to replay.
Loop.
Yeah, loop.
Where's the little thing?
It should be a little double arrow sign on the actual play button itself. Right next to it.
There you go.
I mean,
Boy,
I
this
just
is a
manually
lot.
reset that. I didn't actually.
So
Right.
where
Oh,
it is,
loop.
where it's listed. Yeah.
Alright, I've got it looping now.
Okay, that's good. Oh, being team leader is difficult.
Alright, David.
Yep.
What are you doing?
Yep, so David's gonna freeze the fire with the ice rune. Just, I guess, environmental control, apparently.
Alright.
Yeah, I imagine David's going to be smart and not use the fire rune for the next little while.
I have other runes that he can use. So where are the guards?
Everywhere.
Oh. Alright, well, if they're surrounding us, hold on to the ground, guys. Oh, if you can. David's now gonna use one of his different attacks. Alright, here we go. Gravity time. Gravity Force 0.
Smart. That's generally very smart. If you keep yourself out of the way of it and keep raining down water, they can't hurt you, and you could stop any of their attacks without killing them.
Yeah, so going outward from the center where we're all standing, they'll have to
Yep.
make dexterity saving throws or they'll be knocked prone.
Alright, I will make a dexterity save for the lot of them. That is flat.
Yep, they don't succeed.
Alright.
The minimum is 11, dude.
Let me see, so they would take...
Yeah, so they will get knocked into the water, and they are prone.
Yep, they'll
Also,
take
all of the
3d10.
fires that they have are extinguished. It seems like no matter how many of them you knock down, they just keep coming.
Yep, and that's that. Yep, they're not prone.
Alright.
Alright. Should I... Okay, should I freeze them in there or not?
Are you able to?
He has ice runes. I think he might be able to.
And I meant more like, do you have any more actions?
Oh, I can still do action surge.
Do you want to do action search right now, or do you want to save it?
I think I'll save it, honestly. If there's any near the water, Dave will try and whack him with his hammer.
Okay. Consider them whacked. Their AC is low.
Yeah.
Consider them whacked.
Yeah, alright. And at this turn, because combat's going a little bit slower than I originally planned, Kana will arrive.
Already? Okay.
Yeah, combat was going slower than I thought, and I've still got more stuff to go through with this session. Kana, you have arrived.
Okay.
You see the tents on fire. You hear people screaming. Gnolls whose fur has been set on fire. Guards of the nobles who have been standing there.
Seems like you could use some assistance down there.
Oh, thank gods.
Yeah, definitely need it.
Okay, quickly. Quickly. Virgil Duff Brigade, spread out and focus on containment.
Got it.
As well as quelling the situation as much as possible. Rico?
Yeah.
Rico, you work on taking down any of the aggressors. Damien and what was the Dragonborn's name again?
Z.
Z. Damien and Z, you two focus on keeping the area secure.
Got it.
Nessa, you've got some water-based stuff in you. Keep the fires down.
Got it.
I'll work on rounding the people up and capture.
Alright.
And let's go. Oh fuck.
Alright. You will note that the Virgil Duff Brigade manages to gather the attention of, at very least, the noble side of things, with their ranks clearly shown. The gnolls don't seem to care, but, well, if they're physically prevented from reaching the nobility, then they don't particularly care about anyone else who's there. So they just stand there, seething in rage.
I'm not really sure if this is going to do anything, but I haven't tried this in a while. I'm going to try something with Kana.
Yeah?
She has the ability to cast Major Illusion.
Yes.
Can I have a major illusion to can I cast a major illusion in the area to make it so that individual people see different things?
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay, I'm going to cast major illusion over the entire area, get as many gnolls and guards in it as I can, and cast it in such a way that they all see themselves as being surrounded. They all see
Every other person as being too far away to attack.
Okay. Alright, that is what they see.
Yes. So they all feel like they're isolated. All right, and time to continue with capture. And she's going to does she have any more multi-attack?
She does, yes.
Yes, she does. Okay. She's going to try and round up as many people as she can with quick restraint.
Okay, alright. You managed to round up most of the guards. The gnolls are still unrestrained, but considering the fact that the major illusion has been cast, they don't seem to be moving.
She would. She would probably have focused on the gnolls first rather than the guards.
Alright.
Since, from her perspective, the gnolls probably seem like the ones that are the most aggressive at the moment.
Okay. You managed to get some of the gnolls. The other ones see that their compatriots have been tied up and will immediately start to lob spears at Kana.
Alright.
No more will we be chained. Barry.
Okay then, Rico, can you try and put restraints on those ones?
Okay. Alright, and she will throw out a restraint and manage to restrain most of the rest of them.
Got it. Unfortunately, it looks like you're gonna have to be chained for just a little bit longer. Don't worry, we'll sort all this out.
Now then, and Khan is going to jump down off the roof, and because I imagine she was on the roof for most of this.
Hmm.
And just now then, so someone want to tell me what's going on here? I'm the current acting commodore of the Virgil Dove Brigade.
You will then see Reed show up. He will jump down from an entirely different roof that Senshin was fairly certain he wasn't on before.
Teleporting shithead.
Well, the family does have Fey blood, which does allow them access to Misty Step.
I'm gonna keep calling them shitheads.
That is perfectly fine. They are shitheads. I'm just explaining the specific type of shitheads they are as to why they have so much ability to teleport.
Yeah, I figured as much, but yeah.
Oh,
Well,
so who?
so this is Reed, and so he will step down from a roof and will simply go, well, you see, a bunch of these workers decided to attack me. I was able to escape, but, well, my compatriots here were evidently unable to see that, and so continued to attempt to rescue me. As it so happened, the Gnolls continued to attack them, so they attacked the Gnolls back in self-defense. It was a truly aggressive act.
Oh wait, Senshin still has the fucking thing!
Which thing?
The sending stone!
Oh,
Yes.
He just sends a message to him, sent to Kana, just telepathically just says, that's the guy I was talking about who has all the guy asses.
Oh,
Give me 1 second.
and who knew that a rock could be so effective?
She will
Man.
seem.
If I were
Telepathic
given a couple of
communication
extra seconds, I would have ordered them to execute those Gnolls rather than just defend themselves. Of course, I wasn't able to get the message across in time. Pity.
Khan is going to seem very much going to seem very deadpan.
Mm-hmm.
As in, you're not quite sure if she got the message or not.
I have a gut
Yeah.
feeling she did, but...
I mean, yeah, she probably did, but also you're not sure.
Mm-hmm.
So you're telling me that these Gnolls attacked you after you attempted a public execution?
No, I merely walked into the general area of my employees, and they just so happened to attack me. I assume it was premeditated, but I was clearly not aware of it.
Very well.
They're a rather violent, rabid group. I honestly think they should be put down.
Okay then. Kana.
Yo, Kana.
Oh, sorry, not
You're
Kana.
Kana.
Oh God, I haven't had enough coffee for this shit. And she'll pull out another coffee cup from somewhere.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
It's like the fucking it's like the fucking elephant pouch, but only for coffee. All right, Rico, Corey, place
Yeah.
them place the Gnolls under arrest for attempted assault.
Attempted. They killed several of the guards right there. I'd say that's more than attempted. If anything, I'd say it's a case of several murder charges.
Yes, well, that will be determined in a court of law.
I'm merely stating things as I saw them. I'm sure it will be useful evidence to see that a bunch of them died. Look, their
Also,
bodies are right there in the river.
Yeah, also he's a Fae is another bit of content that'll come through.
All right. Yeah. So she's just gonna arrest these Gnolls as soon as you are able. Take them to the prison. They'll rot in there for their crimes today.
Well, I thank you for your service, Acting Commodore.
And by the way, what was your name again?
I don't give out my name so easily.
I know it. Freeze. just comes that through. It's Reed. Just sitting in the back of his rock in his pocket, giving information, basically just to say fuck this guy quietly.
Mm.
Hmm. I'm assuming that must be one of your workers then.
Which one?
The one that just shouted out your name, Mr. Reed. Okay.
I
Seems that
did
you
not
have-
hear that shouting. Perhaps it was merely a voice inside your head or some spell.
Wait, did you say it out loud?
I use the sending stone.
Oh, got it.
I've
In
been
that
using the
case, she
sending
wouldn't-
stone this entire time.
Okay,
just
so
so you
she
know.
wouldn't have said. She wouldn't have said anything then.
Fair enough.
And what of the? And as for you, which family do you belong to then?
You think after having my first name revealed, I'm willing to reveal my surname as well? The things you could do with
She wouldn't
that.
have
She
said.
wouldn't have said it.
She wouldn't have said. She wouldn't have said that she knew his first name.
Oh, okay.
If she, yeah,
Okay, well, if she didn't, then he will go.
I thought that he had said it out loud.
No,
Why?
sorry. I said it was the sending stone. Sorry about that.
Which family are you a part of? This will be very important for the follow-up investigation and trials and all that.
I'm of the Rinsei household. I am the eldest brother.
Rinsei household. Seems you guys have some terrible luck, especially with fines.
It is a unfortunately necessary business expense. A lot of the time, our deliveries and our workers end up getting somewhat in the way of the public thoroughfare. It's an unfortunately necessary part of our business model.
Then
So
you
we
should
pay
be
the
quite-
fines as a necessary part of our operations.
Well then, and she's going to take out her notebook and flip to a new page. You should be quite all right with this. For the crime of attempting to practice public execution without a license, failing to hire out a public venue, local noise complaints within the area, attempting to perform a public execution without a proper trial, and an obstruction of an important trade route, you will be fined heavily for this. I'm sure you are aware.
I would hardly call it an execution to merely put down wild animals.
Oh, so these were wild animals. In that case, that would be an extra fine for keeping a group of wild animals on a public place without a leash, attempting to hunt without a license, and the disruption of a local wildlife population.
If you would consider that a fine, then surely you must consider the local bandits to be far worse criminals of that than I could ever be. After all,
The local
they definitely don't keep their ferrets on a leash.
The local bandits. Would you be referring to the Red Forest group?
They are the most local group of bandits in the area, and they have caused quite a number of problems for the inland trade route.
You're saying that you intentionally put a trade route through their area.
No, I put it on the road beside their area. They were the ones that chose to go out of their forest, which is their territory, and choose to go onto my area, which was my trade route.
Oh dear Lord, this is gonna take forever.
Are you aware of the? Ah, I see. So you're aware of the religious ideals of the local druids, and yet you intentionally put your trade route in an area that would disrupt those religious ideals. That
They
would be a
have
fine
no
for
religious
intolerance
ideals. They're merely a
And-
group of bandits.
and that's a fine for religious intolerance of a local druid group.
I
Okay,
am
thank you. Can I,
certain
like,
you made up
sit
that
down?
charge. Attempting to
Uh,
skim
do
a
you-
little off the top?
And you're wanting, and now you're going to attempt to obstruct justice, are you?
In what way is that obstructing justice? Merely
Questioning an
pointing out the
officer of the-
dishonesty?
Questioning an officer of the law, resisting an attempted arrest, and attempting to argue a fine outside of a proper court hearing.
Well, in that case, why are you mentioning these fines to me outside of a proper court? Seems rather improper, doesn't it?
You need to be made aware of the crime so you can be given the proper sentencing. Now then, if you don't have anything else to say, What does all of that add up to?
And you will just see him give a little hand signal, and one of the royal guards who you did not end up entangling will end up shooting a spear at you, which you managed to dodge, but it does hit your coffee cup.
Attempted assault upon an officer of the law.
I did-
Another attempt of resisting arrest.
I did
destruction
not
of a
command that.
And destruction of a vital. And the destruction of a vital resource.
If there is going to be a hearing of this, I would rather seek it with His Royal Highness, the Prince.
Are you trying to intimidate an officer of the law?
No, not attempting to intimidate, merely seeking my own justice.
The prince of this region has far more important matters to deal with than this local skirmishing, than the local fines of a nobility family. In fact, that in of itself is a charge of attempting audience with the prince without proper cause. She'll continue writing down.
So I guess since she's just down there assisting at the arrests, and he'll just shout out,
Oh,
"Can we
and,
go yet?"
You don't own these docks, do you? At least not entirely.
I own some property on these docks. I own these specific areas.
But you don't own that area where you don't own the area where where one of your employees seems to currently be standing, and she'll point directly at Senshin.
He does not
Wait,
work
what?
for me.
Yes, because there's only two groups of people here. There's not Senshin. There's only two groups of people here. There's you, your employees, and the gnolls.
Now, if I was to harbin a guess of who that nobleman was allied with, I'd probably say he wouldn't be working with the gnolls. Therefore,
no
he must be under your
nobility.
employee. Therefore, he must be under your employ. Therefore, you're attempting. Therefore, that's a charge of disruption of a public place, of a public venue.
Okay then.
He is not my employee, and I would appreciate it if you stopped claiming falsehoods against me in the attempt to skim off a fine.
Kana, can we just go now?
Hold on, I gotta finish up the calculations. All of these fines will come down to 5 million gold pieces. I hope that you're aware of the consequences of your actions, and you make better choices in the future, and whatever else. And she'll hand over and she'll rip out the page with all the different fine details and hand it over to the king.
He will look at it, give a very false smile, and will just go, "I will see you in court, and I will enjoy seeing you lose your job." And will just take it and deposit it in his pocket. Now, men, return to your homes. There is no further work for you tonight. And so he will order all of his guardsmen, and they will just smile and start heading off in the direction of the nearest inn. Well, if that is all, I will be off to my home.
Yes, don't forget to pay your due, or else you will be facing much greater charges.
I assume I am not obligated to pay it tonight, considering the fact that all of the banking services are now closed. I'm assuming I have at least 1 day with which to pay this.
Well, yes, but you should be careful with holding off a fine.
I'd hardly call it holding off when I simply cannot access the bank at this late hour.
I know for a fact that you have the ability to pay the fine out of your pocket.
Yes, and I also have every intention of disputing several of these charges because I believe you made them up.
Run them over, they're all legit. And yeah, Kana's gonna head back over
Unlike
to
myself,
the,
you are capable of lying.
She's just completely ignoring him by the sounds of it.
Yeah.
Kana just left after she said that.
Yeah, Kana's just goes back over to the Virgil Duff Brigade and just...
And
Alright.
he will walk back to his house, seething.
Oh, so she's just gonna. Oh, by the way, as he's, I guess, looking down, she's just gonna flip him off.
And yeah, Kana's gonna walk over.
There's my virtual dub, motherfucker.
Kana's just gonna walk over, or just going to like grab onto the stone and just be like, "Yeah, sorry, Senshin. Looks like you're gonna have to pretend to be under his employ if a court trial actually comes up."
You could have just not said that one.
Yeah, I wanted to stick it to him.
Alternatively, next time you don't. Besides, there's plenty of his actual people you could, point out, like all of them, and he'll just point to the fucking guards that they knocked into the water. They were standing.
I didn't see them. They're in the water.
You pointed at me.
You're on the pier.
Holy fuck, that was hard.
Okay, now what actually went down here?
As you look around, you will see that all of the tents in the area have been burned down, as have part of the docks, and several boats have ended up sinking because they were burned so bad. You will note that there are several charred corpses of gnolls and guards alike. And Taishiro, you will start to see a couple of ghosts appear, and they will just stare at you and say, "I never got a chance to speak. I never got a chance to leave. What is the world outside of this? Will I ever know? I'll forever regret." And then you will see their ghostly forms disappear out of the physical world, but you will sense them still in the plane of souls.
Damn it. And yeah, Taishiro is definitely crying right now.
Yeah. David, please check on him. I need to tell Connor all of this.
Yeah, no worries. It's all good, Taishiro. You did your best. We all did.
So, Connor, that douche nozzle you just sent off there, pretty sure that's the guy who's done most of this. He directly caused the geyser's ends. When I told him to shut his mouth, or rather after I shoved a anti-magic medallion into his mouth to stop the geysers, he said to me verbatim, "You think I needed to just use a geyser to rile them up?" So, yeah, he's definitely the cause of most of this nonsense.
Yeah, unfortunately,
Scum.
unfortunately, the nobility are affected by the law differently, so I couldn't exactly place an arrest on him. But I think that 5 million gold should be rather damaging for him.
The hell's the point of it if it can't? Whatever.
If nothing else, it'll slow him down. He'll have to spend some time getting all that money back.
Regardless, he's been working against his own family. I'm almost certain that he's the one that caused that bullshit against his own brother.
Okay, I'm back. Well, at the very least, he's not likely to do something so. At the very least, it's an incentive for him not to do something so out in the open again. Look,
Shut up, bitch.
Look, Senshin, by the looks of it, you did everything that you could. Can you kind of understand now why? Can you somewhat understand now why we have to play by the rules a little more?
What was the point of playing by the rules? I did that shit still, and it didn't matter. Everything still went to shit. All these people still died. The Gnolls who didn't do anything wrong died. And yet that bastard gets to walk away with nothing more than a hole in his pockets.
Oh, trust me. That hole is going to open wider until it rips through his whole body once I'm done with him.
Yeah, but what does that matter to what does that matter to the people that died? Who cares if they lost their money? These people lost their lives. They were forced into horrible servitude and abused their entire lives. And they didn't get anything but that. And they burned to death horribly.
Senshin, I want you to think back to why this happened.
Because of him. It was all because of him.
And why did he do it?
I don't know. He walked over to us when we were looking around, like vaguely talked at us, and then that just happens.
Have
I-
I
We
think we
didn't
all
even say anything to him. He just did it.
I think we have reason to believe that he's responsible for the knoll being sent over to the Windlace family, correct? Whether directly or indirectly.
I'd have to like that's just my guess, but
Which means likely this was which means this was most likely an act of retaliation.
Taishiro, make an insight check.
I don't have any insight. That's a
Oh.
flat 13.
Alright. You will see one of the souls that hasn't quite disappeared will start whispering to you. And you will hear the words of Reed, which will just state, I know what they did to that knoll. They're torturing her right now in the prison. You can set her free, but
Reed?
you'll need to get through. Yeah, as in, this lady heard Reed speaking, and she is reiterating what he said.
Okay,
So what
this
he
is
said
Reed's
in
Yes.
here. So this is a dead knoll basically speaking to you through the plane of souls.
Got it. I thought you were saying that this is. I thought that you were saying this was like Reed talking. I was like, what?
No, Reed is not talking to you. This is someone recounting what Reed said. They're torturing her right now. And she didn't have a choice in what she did. Tell me, how does that make you feel? Does it make you angry enough to try and stop it? To change something? Angry enough to kill? I could cast a Gaius on you, but frankly, I don't feel the need. I can see the rage burning in you already. But I suppose, just to be safe. And you will hear some arcane words uttered. And the terms of the Gaius are specifically, basically, make sure that I don't die, but threaten me, and also start a chant so that the other gnolls will follow you into a rebellion.
He only used a Gaius on one of the gnolls here.
what?
Reed, he didn't place a Gaius on all of the gnolls, just one of them.
What was the guy? What did he say? What caused it? Because he told me that I don't need a guys to rile them up.
He used a Gaius. He placed a Gaius on one of the gnolls and told that, and the terms of the Gaius was to rile up the rest of them.
What did he say though?
Make sure I don't get hurt.
Not the
but threaten
Gaius.
my life.
He said, Tashira, he said other stuff. What was the other stuff?
He used. There's a gnoll that was sent to the Windlace family, the one that's in prison. He used her to anger them.
Does that sound like something that so a noble attacking a noble is different, right, Connor?
He used them. He used the gnoll that was sent there to rile up the rest of the gnolls. Which means the gnolls were sent. Which means this whole attack happened because of the trade deal that we prevented.
It happened because of that scumbag, not us, Tashira. And we didn't prevent the trade deal. It was actually prevented before we got here.
Senshin, you prevented the second part of the trade deal.
What was the
Remember
second
when you
part?
went down? Remember when you went down and freed the gnolls from the Duragar? Those were backups.
And what? So I'm the
I'm not
bad guy
saying
doing
this-
the right thing?
I'm not saying you're the bad guy. I'm saying you need to be able to have more foresight than that.
What's the point of foresight? Let those people get sold into slavery. That woman gets separated from her child. That old lady gets separated from her child. Just because some scumbag wants to make a few extra bucks?
Let me show you what good foresight can be. These gnolls are going to be sent to a high security prison if their crimes that they did commit, such as assault and murder, are found, there's no good Samaritan or self-defense law that will protect them from they'll protect them from an execution. And I'm sending them there. Do you know why?
No.
And Khan's going to turn around and just walk over. Khan's going to turn around and walk over to Rico and just be like, oh boy, these gnolls are really hard to round up, huh? I'm glad they're going to a maximum security prison. Though come to think of it, it'd be a real shame if someone were to be able to break them out. We'd probably never track them down again.
Okay, I'm not too stupid.
There's
no way for them to be able to break them out. I mean, the only entrance apart from the front entrance is a small sewer grate out near the Red Forest, and it's not big enough to let anything bigger than, I don't know, a small rat or a ferret or something in.
Okay, I'm not stupid, Kana.
I feel like this is something that you should probably be mentioning to Nessa. It's very much not by the book, but
Hey,
I have to
Rico,
say
guess
I
what?
love it.
Hey Rico, that's great. So I'll go have a quick trip to the Red Forest and something else. Oh,
Oh yes, you've been doing a lot of training in the Red Forest recently, huh? You should be careful.
Yeah.
I heard the bandits over there.
yeah. Well, how else do you get such good endurance training?
Khan's going to grab the stone again and try and talk telepathically to Ascension and just. That's why we use foresight.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah.
And then she's going to go over to. And then she's going to go over and start with like the arresting process.
All right. And the rest of the members of the brigade will help her out with the arresting process, and we'll start taking the gnolls back.
All right. Well,
They'll seem to resist for a minute until, after a couple of seconds, they just seem to look off into the distance like they're hearing something, look back at Kana, and then suddenly seem to be a lot more cooperative. Taishiro, in your head, you will hear, I hope that helped. I heard the plan. I'm not sure if I was supposed to overhear it or anything, but, well, I told them that they were going to be rescued from the prison, so they had nothing to fear. Thankfully, that seems to have calmed them down. At least they believe me, because I'm in the Songbirds. I hope that wasn't out of line.
No, that's gonna work. That's actually perfect. Thank you so much.
I'm sorry I couldn't do more. I just, whenever all these Giases started being sent around, I think my body must have shut down.
Was her name Shelly?
Sandy.
Sally, yeah.
Sandy?
Sandy.
We got it. Only 4 cents. We got it.
I think I was thinking of Sally from Black Clover.
No, she's not. She's not the crazy one.
Okay. Well, in that case, Ascension just gonna launch off max speed towards the Red Forest. And when I say max speed, since he still technically said turn off the demon form, that max speed would actually probably break the ground underneath him.
Okay, so, Senshin, you are on your way to the Red Forest. Kana and Squad, you are on your way to the prison. Raijin, Taishiro, and David, what are you guys doing? Are you assisting Kana and Squad?
I don't know if it would work, but since there's one rune up in heaven, could there be a possibility that David could try and commune with the gods and try and do something there? Or
wouldn't he have to get there first?
He'd have to get there and find the rune first.
Oh yeah, that is true. Fair enough. All right, just helping out.
Fair enough. Yeah. So you're gonna help out Connor and the squad, or what are you gonna do then?
I'm gonna help the squad. Like, I'll just leave.
Raijin will probably stick with the rest of them, considering main protector just bolted off at probably Mark 1 at the very least.
Taishiro will probably continue with the squad as well because, well, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he got wrapped up in the whole Knoll thing.
Yeah. I did the math, by the way. When he has like full transformation, all his other abilities, he technically goes at about 15 meters a second.
Damn.
Okay. Yeah.
Like that isn't the speed of sound. That's still fast enough, I think, for him to. Sorry, I think that actually might beat the speed of sound. Actually. This is 15 meters a second.
Hmm.
Either way, yeah, he's out of there.
343 meters per second is the sound. It's speed of sound.
Oh, it's meters per second. Shit. Okay, then he's not meeting that, but he's still way faster than most normal humans.
He's
Yeah.
subsonic, I believe, is the term for that.
Well,
yeah,
he isn't
that's the
exactly a
limit of what-
normal human. He is a human that trains an absurd amount.
And can also transform into a magical demon form.
Yes. Even factoring out the demon form, he's buff. He trains a lot.
Actually, excluding the demon form abilities, Sentien's...
5?
so Sentient, if I'm using all of my abilities to sprint, has 5 meters per second.
Wait, 5 meters per second?
Yes.
That's average human level. According to
per-
the verse.
No, Eli, per second. As in he moved 5 meters every second.
Mm.
The normal human speed is not 5 meters a second.
I mean, I'm just looking at the versus battle wiki, and apparently that qualifies as average human level. Not really sure why, but
That sounds... either A, D&D's mechanics don't quite
That's
understand...
18 kilometers per hour.
Wow, that is really slow. How the fuck is it that sprinting at... So apparently me using triple sprint, including the...
it's like roughly average human level.
Yeah, and I'm using triple sprints because I have cunning
It's just-
action.
I think
What
it's
the
just
fuck is D&D's movement mechanics? Something about
Weird.
that seems wrong.
Well,
Yeah.
it's in feet is the thing, and for some reason, like you're supposed to be able to travel only manage to travel 30 feet in a 6-second period, which
And
let's be
it's
real.
5 meters
To be
for sure.
fair, it's not like during your action, the only thing you're doing is running. You're also, carrying around some pretty
mean,
heavy weapons,
guess.
doing other
Okay, so
magical
what we're learning
attacks.
is-
It's
etc.
nine. It's 9 meters. It's 9 meters actually, Liam.
Okay, that's...
30
I could probably
feet is
do
9
that in
meters.
6 I could probably do that in 9 seconds. 6 seconds.
Yeah. Like regular
Huh.
humans can. Yeah.
Out of shape humans can do that. Okay, so what we're learning is D&D's mechanics, if we get... So essentially
They
probably-
assume we're overweight Americans.
So what I'm
Honestly,
learning
it'd be
is
better to-
D&D... So we should assume Sentient is probably stupid fast right now. I'm bound by the limits of D&D's fucking retarded amount of space movement.
Anyway,
You can now move it. Yeah. Anyways, yeah.
Senshin
Raishin will be
and
helping-
Andrew.
Yeah, Raishin's gonna help out the squad because.
All right. Cool.
the
So
best.
Squad is taking Nulls to prison, and Senshin is visiting Andrew. Senshin is
Oh,
now
Andrew-
at the forest.
Yeah. Obviously, he'll convert back out of the demon form as he lands because probably not best introduction.
Yeah. Andrew, you would be aware that there is a familiar-looking, fairly buff guy at the doorstep to your forest.
You just impacted into the ground, going 30 kilometers a second.
Oh, good sir, good sir. I have to say, quite a dramatic opening, and I assume this is...
Yes. Do not have time for us to do the normal nice introduction. So there's going to be a prison caravan of gnolls coming through soon, and also some of them going to a prison. So just pick up the standing stone. Kana, what's the plan for the prison?
Oh my god, I can't believe I have to explain this to you.
No,
There's
I mean,
a sewage grate.
I am saying this. Take extended period of silence in an area where some people who would be interested would know. So, what is the exact plan that would work?
Oh god. Okay, there's a sewage grate on the very edge of the red forest. It's big enough for.
Nice.
It's big enough for a small
About here.
animal or a young child to get, through. It runs directly underneath the prison.
Hmm.
You can probably figure out the rest from there.
Yep, there you go.
Oh, I will say no more. The heroic ferrets will be on their way to save the day. Right, Rose, gather up the crew.
Got it! And Rose will just go running around, and then you'll see a whole horde of ferrets just pop up. Ready to go, boss! Let's do this!
If anyone ever asks, I was never here, and you heard this from a drunk guy. And then he'll just
Oh.
alter the top speed again.
At his top speed of like 18
Bye!
miles an hour.
Of his top speed of Unbound from the involvement of D&D, probably subsonic, let's be real here.
Yeah.
I mean, probably. Subsonic is subsonic is faster than the eye, quote unquote.
Yeah, I imagine that.
34
we
meters per
actually said
second.
it can do faster than the eye anyway.
34 meters per second is technically subsonic.
Yeah. That's look. Let's be real. He could probably reached that. It's just D&D mechanics wouldn't allow it.
Well, I guess in any case, Rose will be off. True freedom is living without conditions. That's what I say. The
Yeah.
ferret will-
By the way, Senshin,
Yo,
these people that you were just with,
that I wasn't with.
that you, right. God damn it.
You know what I mean, but yeah.
Would they happen? Are these people that also know Taishiro and David?
Somewhat, but they're good people. You don't need to worry.
You wouldn't happen to be within the Red Forest, would you?
Just looks down.
Not now.
Currently, no. Not currently.
So you were before, okay. If that's the case, I think that Taishiro and David have gotten themselves wrapped up in another group, and I'm not entirely sure about if they're good or bad.
They're good people. Actually, they seem like idiots.
Wait, you know
Well,
them?
have you know that I'm a high-class idiot.
He's saying
so-
this subtly. I've heard. Okay, how about I'll explain this in a way that will piss you off, but at least less so. I have met with them because I was gonna check their help with dealing with the Juragar because the enemy are my enemy and all that. Turns out they're just idiots who want to get famous by doing the right thing, and I'm not even kidding.
I think we're talking about different groups.
The Red Forest Bandits.
No. Taishiro and David. I saw them meeting up with someone near the Winlace household, and it seems shady as all hell.
Really? Oh, I don't know anything about that. I was
have
talking about the
reason to
idiots in the
suspect-
forest.
Yes, well, I have reason to suspect that. Well, regardless, it's another faction that's somehow involved in all of this. And without any information, I can't make a call on whether or not they're good or bad.
Well, neither can I. I'm probably more in the dark than you are.
Well, thanks anyway, and best of luck with not doing anything.
Oh, it's done. It's already been done. The stuff I wasn't doing.
Ah,
Yeah, turns out when I'm pissed off, I can nearly break the sound barrier.
huh. That's funny. When you were running away from here earlier, it looked like you were just going regular human speed.
I know, right? Crazy. It's almost as if the second I'm not being observed, I can actually let out my true speed.
God, you're like a photon or something.
Of what?
I don't know. I don't know. I've heard the name somewhere.
Anyway, so
I essentially went into the fourth wall.
all right. So Andrew, I'm not gonna have you roll. Just explain to me how you want to rescue the Knolls from prison.
Are we actually going to do the prison
you're
plan,
gonna
or are
have
you
to
just
wait.
going to be like gung
You're
ho
gonna have to wait
immediately?
until
I mean, wait. If we're taking them in a carriage, can't he just like bust? Can't he just kind of?
I mean, the prison's like up here-ish, right?
Yes.
So there's nowhere, like if the carriage is going from here to here, there's nowhere that
okay, I
the
thought-
Red Forest gang
fair
can
enough. I somehow
intercept
thought it
without.
wasn't in the city. I don't know why.
Like there's a sewage grate, like I don't know, like around here-ish somewhere.
Yeah.
I imagine. Because that's how sewage works.
Andrew, you need to have a sane plan for this. This is people's lives.
Well, I guess I can do the graffiti and vandalism at the end. Oh, professionals have standards, you see, good sir. That's how it works. Alright, time to save the Knolls, and Andrew will lead the way.
All right. So I'm not gonna get you to roll for this. I just want you to tell me what you're planning on doing.
Yeah, so basically it's like the ferrets will crawl around and try and like open the cages and just be like, alright, sewer grate. It's like a nice heavenly resort. It's the best one ever. You just have to
It smells terrible.
Don't inhale
Yeah.
through your nose.
Don't inhale through your nose.
Yeah. Yes, thank you for the informative notions, Norman. He's going to speak to another ferret. You really do seem over the top with your seriousness. I mean, cut back a little, mate. Good
Norman.
sir. And, yep, Andrew will keep on going and unlocking the cages. Then he's like, yep, sewer grate, all of you sewer great. I know it stinks, but it's good. Because once you get out of the end of it, I mean, you'll be in the Red Forest where it's celebrations constantly. You'll sing the Ferret song, which is a very good song. I've got a new one on the way. You'll definitely love it. And he'll just continue going along.
All right.
And then when they
So the gnolls will just start following you, and each of them will thank you, and we'll just go, "Thank you. Thank you for letting us go."
It's all good. You guys just keep going. I've got a bit of a fancy plan that I have. And the Andrew will run back. Okay, Rose, it's time for vandalism.
All right.
On,
What do you want to draw? And she will grab out some spray paint and a bunch of other artist kit that you have no idea how managed to fit onto her tiny ferret body.
that's just
Yes, you can attempt roll sleight of hand.
okay.
That was in Eli one.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Eli sent me a private message. I told him to roll sleight of hand. Okay.
A 17.
All right, you succeed. You have the thing that you attempted to sleight of hand for.
Okay, and you know what I'm gonna give it to.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, which specific ones are you giving it to?
Just kind of whichever one can take it discreetly.
Okay, fair enough. All right. Well, if that's the case, then you managed to rescue a bunch of gnolls, including one that appears to have a rune on them. They have no idea what the stone does, but they just say that the person who captured them gave it to them and said that it would be a necessary part of the celebrations.
Oh, I have to admit that is a fine piece of jewelry, my dear Noel.
I don't know what it does. The lady who captured us gave it to us and said that it would be good for the celebrations. I don't know what it does, though, and I'm scared to touch it.
Oh, well, don't worry about that, good Noel. I will take care of it, and Andrew will reach out to
All right.
just reach out to him.
She will pass it over to Andrew.
Okay, let's see. What does
So
this mean?
get.
Do you want to tap it while you're in there, or do you want to wait?
To do or not to do? I mean, if it does a
That
good
is the question.
if it does a good explosion, it could really bolster my my reputation. Or maybe it.
This could backfire horribly if it goes wrong.
Oh, I mean, I think in that case, good sir, you'd refer to it as ferret fire, and I'm more than well prepared for that. He's gonna tap it.
Okay.
Oh, no.
All right. And beer will start coating the floor very quickly.
Oh.
Hey,
Oh, I guess the art of vandalism begins tonight. It's
Hey,
time for a
if we
little
get
bit of
everyone out of here, we could light it on fire and set off an explosion.
Oh, Jesus.
Exactly.
Let's do it!
Yes, let's do it, Rose. No holding back.
Alright, let's wait until everyone's out of the way, so it's just us.
I
Alright.
am not directly involved in this counter.
Alright. 3,
I
2,
have no proof that I am
1,
either.
and let's look at our explosion. The entire jail cell goes up in flames. Thankfully, there isn't anything for the flames to burn on aside from the alcohol, so it ends up dying out after a couple of minutes. But it certainly does get very hot and makes a lot of noise. Do you wish to do any more vandalism before you run off?
Yeah, if the coppers come by, he's like, oh, you see, and he's gonna change into a vandalist ferret outfit. See, I was doing it to make a message. You see, I wanted to
This is a
showcase...
bad idea. This is just a bad idea.
The cops are there, but they're also completely ignoring you because they're a little bit too focused on putting out the fire that you just said.
Oh, wait, can I do
It's
a
like-
Mushu?
A what?
What
Emoji,
specifically are you doing?
Trying to make a massive ferret shadow just talking to them.
They will notice the ferret shadow and will go, "What is that? It must be some kind of druid from the beyond. Or maybe it's a god. Yes, Ferret of the Fire, what is your wisdom?
My
Jesus, these are
infinite.
some dumb cops.
What is your wisdom? Shit on the floor.
Alright, Andrew, what will you respond with?
The infinite wisdom from the great beyond is courtesy of the most fantastic, sexy ferret ever in the concept of existence. I come to you here today to give my great wisdom that freedom is living without conditions. See, I have a long story. My origin story has very special songs. I'm a ferret of today made of yesterday. I'm a human of circumstance. I'm a man and a ferret.
Huh?
I'm all of those. But if you wish to gain the wisdom of the mystical, sexy, just absolutely dominant force of nature ferret, then ask away.
I think I just had a stroke.
The guards will just stare blankly for a couple of seconds and look at each other, look at the ferret shadow, look at each other, blink.
You do realize that this is a Q&A, right? You're meant to ask questions, not just stare dumbly into the fire or the shadow. Like, I'm doing this for dramatic purposes. Can't you just feed into the flames? Not literally, but figuratively.
Are you the one that started this fire?
Well, you see, the concept of fire is true freedom. It burns brightly.
You see, and then he just runs.
So you did?
Oh,
That
I mean,
that man confuses me. And
I'm gonna
scares
roll
me as
psychic
well.
damage.
They start taking psychic damage and immediately get knocked back from just the sheer absurdity of everything that Andrew is saying. The fires still continue to burn. They are unaffected, but they collapse on the stairs. In a couple of
Oh.
minutes, a few more cops will come down with water, and we'll notice that they have passed out. And
okay.
on a paper airplane, which is on top of them, it will just say, "This breakout was courtesy of the Red Forest Gang."
Ah, yes. My great ferrets. Hey, coppers with water, do you want to hear more of my stories?
I thought you left.
Dude, are you gonna stand there and get yourself arrested, or are you gonna...
Dude, leave the prison. You've done what you came there to do. You freed the prisoners, you set a fire, you left a
Why did
calling
you
card.
start a
Just
Q&A?
go.
Oh, I mean, I didn't even get onto the first Q&A question.
No!
Go.
God,
For fuck's sake,
fucking- the
just
fucking
leave the
DM
building.
is-
I wanted to get my Q&A as a god. Like, come on.
The guys who thought you were a god are currently unconscious because of the eldritch abomination that is whatever you just said. The other guys are more smart, and they are more focused on getting their allies to safety and getting rid of the fire. They are well aware of the fact that you are just a person who happens to have set a fire in the prison, which is a crime.
Ah,
So
well,
go!
okay, well,
I think this could be
clearly.
covered under religious intolerance.
I think it's gonna be covered under fucking stupidity.
Andrew,
clearly-
I am not going to have you arrested at the end of this session because you decided that you were going to stay in the prison to do a Q&A. Go!
Alright, well, a showman knows when the show is over. Or they have a voice that
Does he?
tells them it's over.
The showman doesn't, but the DM does. Now go have a party in the Red Forest.
Alright,
Yeah, can't install the beer room for you. Jesus. Don't use it.
Fucking. I saw this one. It's just kind of here they got arrested, and then just
Oh,
comment.
for the
I
love
thought
of-
you said they were good. No, I said they were idiots.
They were good people. That doesn't mean they were competent.
oh, I
I
mean,
said good.
thought-
I said
No,
good,
wait.
not capable.
I said they were good, not. I said they were good, not intelligent.
I mean,
Oh,
I
man.
rescued them, so professional
I'm
ferret
not
over
following
here.
someone else's direct plan.
Well, I'm still going to take credit because I am a magnificent ferret.
I'm gonna
It's also
just suddenly. I'm also just gonna
higher
assume that he has a
than
negative wisdom score for some
the
reason.
Mm.
I'm also very sexy. Did I forget to mention that part?
Okay, back to the fucking people who aren't being weirdos.
Okay, everyone else.
Okay, maybe I took it a little too far.
Yeah, no, you honestly you were fine. It's just
I know you were fine. It's just like we were just thinking about it because you were going full stupid for that entire period.
Oh, but it's the first time I've seen Andrew in a while. It's felt like ages.
A while. It's been a week.
Yeah.
it is quite a while. Especially since we don't see him for more than like maximum 6 hours at a time.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I assume we're going back to us.
Yeah,
Yep.
I'm
Alright.
getting tired, so I'm probably just gonna have it that you guys finish out the day. Tomorrow, you guys, in session, you guys are gonna be heading down to the Underdark, because I don't think I can run the entire Underdark part of the session without this getting obscenely long.
Fair
Yeah.
enough.
Fair enough.
Before we end up, I do want to do one last roleplay thing.
Yeah, oh, I was just saying that I'm gonna let you guys finish out the day, but that I'm not doing the other part of the session, so absolutely, go
Yeah,
ahead and do that
well,
roleplay
I
thing.
guess we can do that on Wednesday then, can't we?
Yeah,
Oh, nice.
I'll have to let you guys know. It'll have to be pretty late Wednesday. I need to make sure I get my assessments done.
Why can't you do them in like the next 3 days?
Because put it this way, one of my assessments, well, it's not even the full assessment. It's only a part of it. The literal criteria is submit a masterpiece.
The fuck
That's
does
written-
that mean?
It's written on the criteria board.
Pretty
No,
crazy.
a masterpiece is the culmination of all of the is a singular piece that culminates all of the stuff that you learnt within the course. So I'm not supposed to make like the Mona Lisa or anything.
Oh, wow.
But yeah. So Kana's just gonna. Oh god, this was a big. God, that was a big day. Even I'm starting to feel tired after all of that.
aren't you always tired?
Oh, David,
Yes.
Okay. I stole your beer wound. You're gonna have to get it back from the ferret people.
That's fine. They can keep it. I can make another one.
Wait, you can?
Yeah, and Dave will make one. No, I might try making a coffee rune too if you want it.
You can do that? And Kana's just going to take instantly all of her energy back, zip over.
Alright,
Like-
if
like
you
a wizard.
get some coffee grounds and you make an Arcana check on them, you might be able to figure out how to make a rune of that type. Maybe.
Alright.
Make an Arcana check, David.
Do you need coffee beans? Here! And she just throws a bag of coffee beans
That
at him.
succeeds.
Roger.
Alright, now, David, you have created a rune that will be able to create exactly the same energy that coffee does.
Gimme.
Alright,
Does that
here you go.
Does that have downsides?
Unclear.
Kana's going to attempt to drink.
Unclear.
Clear.
No one has attested this coffee rune. Kana, you instantly feel all of the energy and vigor return to your body as if you'd had a full night's sleep.
Holy crap, I think my narcolepsy is disappearing.
Oh, damn.
I don't
Must
actually
have
have I don't actually have narcolepsy, I'm just tired.
Fair enough.
It
Oh,
feels
I'm
like when you had the absolute strongest brew from the the zombie cafe,
Necromancer Cafe.
Necromancer cafe. Yeah, I forgot what it was called. Coffee strong enough to wake the dead. Yeah, it feels like that. It is good stuff.
Holy crap. You know what this is perfect for?
Oh. What'll that be?
This is perfect for right before bed. Good night.
And
Oh, I guess-
after a couple of minutes, you will just feel the energy slowly start to drain. It looks like it's the kind of rune which is most effective when it is constantly in contact with a person. So it's typically something that should be kept as a constant skin-to-skin contact, and the second that the skin-to-skin contact ends, within a couple of minutes, they will start to feel the exhaustion return. In other words, it would
Senshin.
be most effective in a tattoo form.
Hey, Senshin.
Yo.
Do any of your moves drain a lot of stamina?
No. I mean, kinda. I can't use my ultimate. I can't use the ultimate ability of the lightning blade more than once a day, but I think that might be because I might rip my arms off.
Do any of the other blades do that? 'Cause if so, this thing might actually be really useful for you.
I only have one blade. Well, one
Yeah,
of
like
the
I
other.
meant, I meant like the other ones, like the poison and the acid and the radiant and the, I don't know, penis.
The what?
Penis? That there is not a penis blade.
I've
You
yet
said
to
that.
I have yet to master my third blade like that.
Huh. Raijin Senshin needs practice.
I,
No, I'm kidding.
it's like,
I'm kidding.
Kana, do you want to die?
I'm kidding.
You
She didn't
will-
actually say that.
Yeah, I think she lined up the last time.
Yeah, no. Huh. Maybe you should be practicing with Raijin more often. Actually, time to think about it. Are you two related?
Said she will just headbutt her at full force.
Man.
Yeah, probably not the best question, honestly, mate.
Oh god. Sorry, I don't get nobility. Don't know why I say that. I am a noble, but
I'm barely a noble.
oh fuck no.
Oh, Khan. Well, that's what happens.
Did you just call her a con?
Who's a con?
Sorry, died. Hey, can you pass the coffee rune over? I might need it.
Catch.
David.
You
was
feel
just
the
up
energy return to you.
there. Alright, I'm back. Okay, that was
What are
good.
you guys doing?
Oh, we're experimenting with coffee, and
Huh?
David will offer it to Taishiro.
Do you
Really
take it,
good.
See what
Taishiro?
happens. Yes, I do.
You will instantly feel not regenerated of energy. You feel like you have an absolute excess of energy. You feel like your eyes can't focus on anything, no part of your body can stay still, and you feel hyper aware of everything that is going on around you.
Get on, and he's just gonna start dashing around the whole, like spinning around the room.
Said will just take off the rune.
Within a couple of minutes, Taishiro goes back to normal.
What was? What did you just guys make?
So, Kana, I'm gonna see if I can make you like a necklace or a dangle or something like this for you, so that you can be good for that. And we'll be rested up for tomorrow, so we can, because if we just giving the thing back to David, to his room back. Because here's the thing: if we actually do save my family, we can actually get the Jigoku Umrai as auxiliary forces to help you guys out with everything.
It would be probably better. They'd probably be best. It'd probably be best for them to go with squads 1 through 10. Currently, I think those are the ones that are on the front lines of the war.
Well,
Well, not war, but
yeah, but
almost.
you know what I mean. They'll be able to assist at the very least.
War.
Regardless.
So tomorrow we're going to be heading down to the Spider Queen, eh?
Mm-hmm. You think you're good enough to take her on?
Well, I've never tried taking on a a ruler before, but if I was able to hold my own against Ashura, I guess I should be able to be a match for someone like her.
You weren't holding your own against Ashura.
I didn't die, did I?
That doesn't mean anything. If we wanted to kill you, we probably could have easily.
Well, we got. Although it might be better. It might be a good idea to pay a visit to some old friends. People who might be able to upgrade your swords, or one of them.
No. I'm not. Onimaru is already as good as I'll ever make it.
You don't want to improve its capabilities?
It'll improve through my own efforts. It's just how we do
Ah,
things. That would be my brother. Ignore him.
fair enough.
Look, here's the choice. You either get me constantly cutting out, or you get me catching everything in the room.
No, that's fair. I was just
Yeah.
random noise.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, yeah. Look, it's like a cultural thing.
I guess that makes sense. What about the rest? What about the rest of you? Do you think that your weapons could use with any upgrades?
Well, I certainly wouldn't say no to any weapon upgrades, but I'd rather ensure that we're able to get there in a timely manner. So if it would take much longer than the night, then I'd rather wait.
Well, forging a weapon or adding metal to a weapon can take quite a while. So maybe that
We
should
should
just
wait.
maybe that should be a goal for after this. Okay. Well, regardless, we need to be well rested. We've all had a pretty tough day today, and something tells me that we're not going to be forgetting this anytime soon.
Mm,
At least we shouldn't be.
okay then.
Well, good luck to the rest of you. And yeah, Connor's gonna head off to bed.
All right then. My guys, I guess.
Yep.
Let's go find sleep. It is gonna be hell tomorrow, so.
Okay.
Yeah, but don't worry, we'll make it through just fine, Taishiro. There's not a thing to worry about. I mean, we're just heading into hell, just casual.
No, we're
Nothing
not heading
to worry
to hell. We're heading to a spider's nest.
Oh,
Then
kind of. Oh, don't worry, the spider's nest is definitely more preferable and definitely safer.
spiders get all in your fur and they get tangled and everything. It makes it really difficult to brush.
Well, we'll do our best to avoid that.
Hmm.
I mean, I could always just hold you above the ground so that doesn't happen, but hey, who knows?
Okay. I'm gonna go have a shower now.
Mm,
Oh.
I made Alex do an awe.
Poor sweet child.
yeah.
Spider attempts are never clean up.
Time for traumatizing.
Yeah, eat spiders.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Hey, look, a pure and innocent child in an anime. I'm sure this will be fine.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like today wasn't traumatizing when he saw a bunch of people get riled up to get involved in a riot and then ended up being burned alive. And then seeing their corpses and hearing their souls after they died. Like, that's not traumatizing at all.
Yeah, Taishiro has Taishiro in the modern day is probably going through the most shit.
Yeah,
in all honesty.
definitely.
Like, it's between him and Ryoko, I'd say.
Probably. Either way, we'll get ready for next session on Tuesday. Either way,
Thursday.
Not
Thursday?
Tuesday.
Tuesday,
Wednesday?
Thursday.
Wednesday. We all got it wrong. Wednesday.
Thursday?
I definitely cannot do Tuesday.
Okay, well,
Claw.
Tuesday I had work anyway, so.
All right. So that's the end of the session, and next session will be the big one.
Yep.
Here's the.
It was a lot of fun going through a bunch of different fines for the guy.
Yeah.
Mm.